Hello, curious people. Today I am here to help you. I know you are using this video to help you fall asleep. So before you like this video and subscribe to the channel, tell me where you are from and what time you are watching. Make yourself comfortable. Now I stepped into the stories. I wasn't allowed to talk to the boy with wings, my brother, but I wasn't permitted to call him that anymore. My mother said he was supposed to be an angel, except I knew what angels looked like, the idealized versions from movies, as well as the biblically accurate ones. He was more like a crow, a hideous bird-like creature, resembling the body of a male adolescent college student, spliced with a diseased bird. My brother didn't even have a name. To my parents, he was like a stray cat who picked them. They didn't love him or want him in the house. On the flip side, he was also an angel, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to observe something that defied the laws of physics, with power like no other. He, like my sister, was a lost child of the sky, those ethereal beings who had fallen thousands of years ago and decided to walk on Earth. He had saved my life as a baby. I was so young that I don't remember it, but Mom likes to remind me every year on my birthday that I wouldn't be alive if it weren't for the angels in our attic, my adopted brother and sister. I was born severely premature, with only a small chance of surviving one night. Mom said she prayed endlessly, begging for a miracle, and was visited by the two beings who gave me life through their divine power. When I pulled through, Mom begged them to stay and watch over me until I was old enough to fend for myself. If I think back to my earliest memory, it's the angels babysitting and watching over me. Back then, they actually looked cherubic, or maybe that's just how I remember them. My brother bore huge white wings, almost like a swan, while my sisters were more grayish. They used to smile and giggle, and for a while we were actual siblings. But as I grew up, I saw less of them. Mom would drag them away while we were in the middle of some shenanigans, and I wouldn't see them for days, sometimes weeks. I thought the angels had finally flown away back home. I was sad, I guess. I was just a little kid, and my older siblings had vanished. When I started hearing noises upstairs, the familiar sound of their wings scraping against wooden floorboards and the crumbling ceiling, Mom and Dad told me my siblings were now inside the attic. It was too dangerous for them, so they were safe upstairs, which meant no more playing with them, and especially no more mentioning them to family members and friends. Mom was very strict with me. They're magical beings, Nini. She told me one night, before bed, there's a lot of bad people out there who will want your brother and sister for bad things. So, we need to keep quiet about them, all right? I went to school the next day and drew a picture of the two of them playing with me. At the end of class, my teacher gently pulled me aside. "Am I in trouble?" I asked, and she laughed, gesturing for me to sit down. No, you're not in trouble. I just want to talk about the art you made during class." I shuffled on my chair, well aware of my promise to Mom. I wasn't allowed to talk about the angels in the attic. "This is a very pretty drawing, Nini," my teacher said, holding it up. "Are they angels?" I nodded excitedly. "They're my brother and sister." Her eyes darkened. She shuffled back on her chair. "Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean, no, my siblings are alive," I said. "They're angels, and they live in the attic." I remember her smile was a little too big. She leaned forward, plucking my drawing from my hands. Do they have names? No, I told her matter-of-factly. They're not allowed names. Her smile faltered slightly. What do you mean they're not allowed names, sweetie? Mrs. J was my favorite teacher, usually, but I could already sense her growing unease. I pretended not to see her digging her nails into my drawing. I told her exactly what Mom told me, because they're angels, I said, giggling. They don't need human names. Mrs. J nodded, handing me back my drawing. Sweetie, I know I'm not supposed to ask this. I'll probably get in trouble. So can we keep this between you and me? Nodded, my stomach twisting into knots. Maybe I had said the wrong thing. Okay. When my teacher leaned closer, her expression darkened significantly. Let me back up a couple months. Mrs. J had been absent for a while. She used to be smiley and colorful, always excited to teach us. But she came back weeks later, distant and somehow hollow. Her smiles were forced, and even then, sitting in front of me, wearing a giant grin, I could tell my teacher was distraught. I felt guilty that my siblings were angels and could probably heal her pain. Mom's rules would never allow that. Nini, would you be able to tell me what these angels look like? I shrugged. Well, they have wings. No, Nini. Mrs. J stabbed at the drawing, running her index across my sister's stick-person face. I had drawn her thick red hair in a fuzzy, crayoned blur, and my brother's curls in a brown cloud. I never saw their halos, but I'd drawn them above their heads anyway, along with large, feather-like wings. What do these angels look like? I was going to reply, but then Mom poked her head inside. Nini, it's time to go home, honey. She smiled at my teacher, who, to my surprise, stuffed the drawing in her pocket. Mom definitely saw her attempt to hide my picture. I saw her demeanor stiffen slightly, her arms already defensively crossing over her chest. Mrs. J, is there a problem? My teacher jumped to her feet, faking her smile once again. I was just talking to Nini about her homework. Mom nodded, slowly, maintaining her expression. I'm sorry about your children. She cleared her throat. They were so young. They're my babies. My teacher's voice splintered. I'm sure you understand a mother's grief. Please excuse me. I'm here if you want to talk, Mom said. We all know Adam liked to dabble with recreational drugs. Mrs. J's smile faltered, and I saw the switch from my teacher to a parent. I don't need your pity, she spat. If I'm honest with you, if I hear one more person telling me everything is going to be okay, I am going to lose my mind. Thank you, but I don't want your sorry. I don't want your condolences. Her voice broke, and I immediately wanted to give her a hug. I watched my teacher open up my laptop, ostensibly ignoring my mother. If you're going to stand there and waste my time, I suggest you leave. Mrs. J caught my eye, her lips curling into a scowl. Mrs. J pulled out my drawing, slapping it on the desk. Your daughter has an interesting imagination. Mom's eyes widened as she took the drawing. She wrapped her hand around my wrist and gently pulled me from the room. When we were in the car on the way home, I asked why my teacher was so upset. Mom didn't reply for a long time, leaving me drowning in uncomfortable silence. I knew she had the drawing. I knew I was in trouble. I expected her to lecture me, but instead, she bought me chocolate ice cream from a drive-thru. While I was eating it, she cleared her throat. Mrs. J lost her children, Mom said. her fingers tightening around the wheel. She wants, no, craves, a miracle, and you gave her hope with your drawing. Mom pulled it from her pocket, and to my horror, tore it up and threw it out of the window. I watched it land in a puddle. My brother's crayoned smile disappeared under the murky water. Mimi, did you tell Mrs. J about your brother and sister? I didn't answer. Ice cream creeping back up my throat. Mimi, Mom said again. I shook my head. No, I lied. And when she gave me the look, I caved. I just said there are angels living in the attic. Mom nodded slowly. Did you say they were real angels? No. Did she ask what they looked like? I wasn't a fan of the interrogation, my eyes swimming with tears. I don't know, I mumbled. No. She just liked my drawing. Mom curled her lip. You're absolutely sure, Nina, because if you're lying, bad people will come and take your siblings. She only called me Nina when I was in trouble. Yes. Mom leaned back into her seat, breathing out a sigh of relief. That's good, she whispered. I flinched when she turned to me, grasping my hands and squeezing them tight. Because we can't have anyone taking them away. Okay? They're your angels, sweetheart. Following that day, I wasn't allowed to even mention the angels in our attic. If I did, either intentionally or accidentally slipping up, I was promptly sent to my room. The problem was, no matter how many times I was told not to talk about them or completely ignore their existence, I refused. These two, whether angels or not, were still my brother and sister. I told my aunt about them when I was maybe 10. During Thanksgiving dinner, it was a slip of the tongue. She thought I was joking. We were all sharing our wishes for the upcoming year, so I had held up my glass of juice, copying my parents' toast, and declared, I wish I could see my brother and sister who were in the attic again. Aunt Jules spluttered on her own wine, and I caught the look she shot my mother. She already had tomato cheeks, giggling a little too much for an adult woman. Mom had already set several glasses of water in front of her, but she was ignoring all of them. Frida, she chuckled, wiggling her eyebrows. Is there anything you should tell me? Mom slowly lowered her own glass, her lips pressed to the rim. Jules, you know my daughter has an overactive imagination. They're more like imaginary friends. Aunt Jules straightened in her seat, suddenly, her smile fading. That's not what I wanted to talk about. She turned to me, color bleeding from her cheeks. Nini, why don't you go upstairs to your room? I need to talk to your mother. No, it's okay. I'm almost an adult too. I smiled at my aunt. Nina, you're 8 years old. Dad grumbled, inhaling piles of mashed potato. I didn't move, staying stubbornly still. I figured if I stayed as still as possible, the adults might not notice it was past my bedtime. Nina, Mom's tone was a warning. Go upstairs. I reluctantly dragged myself upstairs. When I tried to listen in on the conversation, hiding on the stairs, Dad picked me up and carried me all the way up to my room and tucked me into bed. I thought I could stay awake and strain my ears to listen to the conversation, but I fell asleep. I was woken by something wet trickling down my face. Opening my eyes, I found myself staring at a single puddle of red pooling from my ceiling. I sat up, swiping my fingers down my face. Blood. When a lone feather hit my cheek, I jumped out of bed, my heart hammering. Instead of calling for my parents, I grabbed my pink chair from my dressing table and positioned it below the red stain. I hopped onto it standing on my tiptoes and dragging my fingers across scarlet. I risked knocking 3 times. To my surprise, there was a response. 2 single knocks. "Are you okay?" I asked, pressing my face to the ceiling so they could hear my voice. Another single knock. No. Something ice cold slithered down my spine. I tried again. "Are you hurt?" "Yes." His voice was a soft sob. I jumped, almost toppling off of the chair, hearing my brother's strained voice. When I really listened, pushing all of the sound out of my head, the light hum of my bedroom light, and my parents downstairs arguing with my aunt. His cries splintered through the silence. I jumped off the chair and almost immediately heard the sound of his movements, his wings scraping the floor. "Nini," I imagined him pressing his face against the floor. "What are you doing?" I got all the way to the door, my fingers wrapped around the ornate handle. "I'm telling Mom you're hurt," I said. "You need help." "Wait, don't." The urgency in his tone stopped me dead in my tracks. It's just a broken wing," he whispered. "I'm okay. It will heal." I didn't know what to do, so I stayed with him, balanced on my chair, for hours. I told him stories from my favorite books, and he seemed to like them. He even knew the characters' names before I said them. When I was getting sleepy, I dragged a blanket from my bed and slumped into the chair. "What's your name?" "I don't know," he said, after an uncomfortable pause. "Mom said angels don't have names." I said, "Correct." "Okay, so can I name you?" I heard the sound of him rolling onto his side. "Sure, Simba," I declared, glancing at my stuffed lion perched on my pillows. He chuckled, and I realized I had never heard an angel laugh before. It sounded just like mine. "That's not a proper name." "Peter." I was frowning at my scrappy copy of Narnia. "Nah," he sighed. "I don't think that's me." I picked up a random book, flicking through it. "Okay then, how about Jude?" "Jude," the angel murmured, wallowing the name around his mouth. "I like it." I nodded excitedly. "What about our sister?" "Lily." The small squeak came from the angel girl herself. "I like the name Lily," she whispered. I felt proud of finally naming them, and they started to feel more like siblings. To me, I started sneaking food up to the attic. Just salted crackers at first, and holy water from my mother's fountain. But angels are hungry, and had a particular liking for snacks and junk food. Initially, I shoved the food through the cracks in the floorboards to avoid getting caught, but then I grew brave and started hauling my old Nintendo DS and an ancient game of Monopoly up there. I had to squeeze myself through a suffocating gap after climbing up a wobbly wooden ladder and carefully removing several floodboards so I could pull myself through. Once I was through, though, eagerly holding snacks and games, my eyes adjusted to surroundings. My DS. I wasn't even sure I was looking at an angel at all. Their wings were tattered and shredded, barely attached to their backs, heavy and very clearly weighing them down. When I was a kid, I distinctly remembered my brother's wings as perfect. There was no explanation why they were there or how. The explanation was that they were angels, and human laws didn't apply to them. However, what I was seeing did have an explanation. Jude's wings weren't beautiful, unexplained phenomenons magically sprouting from his back. In the haunting white light buzzing above me, I could see exactly where his naked spine protruded from his skin. splitting in two, where horrific feathered appendages resembling wings blossomed, spliced through a filthy t-shirt. I risked a step toward them, noticing the two of them stiffening up like I was going to hurt them. Mom lied. That was all I could think. She said they had blankets, food, and books. She said they were happy staying locked away in our attic. The more I had time to think, to wrap my head around what I was seeing, it hit me that this room above our house wasn't a safe place to protect our angels. The light was painful to the eyes, fluorescent and cruel. The walls and ceiling were clinical white. Clinical, but it was the angels themselves that didn't make sense. Against the backdrop of what felt and looked almost like an operating theater, my siblings looked out of place, bound in cruel chains, biting their ankles and wrists, binding them to the walls themselves, to the very foundations, keeping the house together. I took another step forward. Something was sticking from my sister's arm, a long plastic tube feeding into her. Closer, I glimpsed rivulets of red beading down Jude's back. Another longer tube, this time filled with clear liquid, sticking directly from the incision carved where his spine split in two. I pretended not to see the metal clamp forced inside bloody slithers of flesh, his wings shuddering, individual feathers trying to contract, trying to spread wide, and folded into grotesque flaps. Lily sat awkwardly, her back to the wall, strawberry blonde hair hanging in flickering eyes. I glimpsed one single plastic tube stuck into her arm. She seemed to be in better condition, her wings easily unfurling when she shuffled back, her lips parting. Mom and Dad weren't protecting the angels from the outside. They were experimenting on them. "It's okay," Jude murmured, lightly nudging the girl. "It's just Mimi." Lily's weary eyes found mine, half-lidded eyes struggling to stay awake. Slowly, I knelt in front of them, my eyes stinging. I pushed filthy brown hair from my brother's sleepy eyes. Before I could speak, though, he weakly gestured to the DS. I dropped on the floor. His voice was a slurred mumble, and my gaze shot to the tube cruelly sticking from his spine. "Does that have Mario?" His question took me off guard. I shuffled back, grabbed the DS, swiping dust from the screen. I slid the power on, and his eyes lit up. "No." I held it up so he could see the screen. "But I do have Nintendogs." Jude grinned, though I wasn't expecting to see sharp incisors jutting from his gums. "Sounds fun." He held out his chained wrists. "Do you want to play?" I had so many questions, but at that moment, looking at the creases in my brother's expression, while he was in pain, I swallowed my words. I played with them until the sky turned dark. When I was packing up, I couldn't resist moving towards, my heart jumping in my chest. I tried to pull the tube from his spine, and his wings jerked, his eyes widening. "Don't!" He snarled like an animal, and I stood, paralyzed. Jude shuffled away, his wings twitching, struggling under the clamp. His breaths came out in sharp pants, his fingernails, almost like claws, dragging across wooden boards. "Don't fucking touch me," he spat. "Do you understand?" I didn't move, and his expression softened, his teeth retracting. "I'm sorry," he said. "It just hurts." I finished for him, choking on my own sob. "My mom and dad, are hurting you. Jude didn't reply for a moment before his head jerked up. Do you remember that one time when you wanted to fly? You jumped off of the bunk bed and broke your arm, and we ran for your mom. We love you, and we care about you, but we need help now too. I nodded. Do you have a paper and pen? I did. I brought a whole coloring pad up for drawing. I nodded, handing him a blank piece of paper and a crayon. Jude scribbled a number and handed it to me. Can you call this number? He whispered. I nodded. Why? Is it like part of your job? As an angel? His expression furrowed, but he replaced confusion with a smile. Yeah, it's a job. He leaned back, wincing when his wings brushed against the ceiling, visibly in pain. I've been here for so long protecting you. I need to check up on all the other children. Jude, Lily grumbled, nudging him when he rolled his eyes. Knock it off. Why? His smile was bitter. Aren't we just doing our jobs? That night, I left the ATT. Nini, why on earth would you think we are hurting them? I saw them, I said, my voice breaking. You're doing bad things to their wings. Mom hugged me, and I found myself splintering apart, burying my head in her chest. Nina, sweetie, you are very, very wrong, she whispered, wrapping her arms around me. They're sick, Mom murmured into my shoulder, running her fingers through my hair. When they brought you back to life as a child, they were so weak, so they couldn't fly away. We didn't tell you because we didn't want to scare you. I nodded, squeezing my mother to my chest. It all made sense. They were fixing their wings. Your father and I have been trying to save them, she hummed. Of course, with them being so powerful, we have no choice but to take extra measures, which, yes, include chaining them up. She pulled away from the hug, wiping away my tears. Nina, you need to understand that they are extraordinarily powerful, and only chains soaked in holy water will hold them. When they were younger, they were weaker and less destructive. But, as you saw, they are growing stronger every day. I felt a pang in my chest. Then they'll fly away, I whispered. Mom pursed her lips, but nodded, giving me another cookie. Then they'll fly away. I didn't visit the angels for a while after that. I think part of me was scared of them, scared of their destructive power. But then I missed them. So I grabbed snacks from the kitchen, a handful of DS games I knew Jude would like, and crept out of my room, making a beeline towards the attic, except when I climbed the wobbly stairs. The loose floorboards leading to the attic had all been replaced. I had an idea to tell them by knocking on my ceiling. But when I came home from school, running up to my room, my bedroom was out of bounds. We're redecorating. Mom smiled brightly. For now, you'll be sleeping in our room. I had no way to contact them. When my room was finished, I had a brand new ceiling. I knocked all night, balancing on my chair, waiting for a response. I never got one. I did hear them, though. In the middle of the night, their pained screams bled through my walls, keeping me awake. I saw their blood seeping through the walls, the ceiling, stray feathers choking the air, as if our house felt their agony. When I slipped out of bed, I stepped on tattered pieces of their wings, pricking my bare feet. I ran the faucet to wash my face, but instead, blood ran thick, staining porcelain. They must have been sick enough to almost feel human. I heard their wails, their pleads for death, and half wondered if they were asking their father, God. Mom told me over breakfast that the angels were deathly ill. She told me to pray for them, and I did, bent over my frosted flakes. I prayed their father would hear them and save them like they saved me. Eventually, their cries stopped. Dad said they were finally stable, and my mother broke down in tears. When I hit my tweens, then my teens, I forgot about them. I was still aware of the sick angels in my attic, but being a teenager, I guess I was more interested in experimenting with my sexuality and spending time with friends. But that didn't mean they didn't exist. When I was 18, I left for college, but I still visited for the holidays. I finally saw them again. It was hard to ignore the boy with tattered white wings jutting out from his spine and the slit in his shirt as he dragged himself downstairs, sneaking into our refrigerator. I wasn't sure what this version of Jude was. He was different from the one I met in the attic. That boy still resembled a human, still felt pain. This guy had talon-like fingernails and a twisted spine protruding from his back, making him appear more bird-like, but his wings were bigger, his spine hidden by a blood-drenched shirt clinging to him. He was always hunched over, moving slowly, his once human features obscured by thick, dark hair covering his eyes. I tried to ignore the grime stuck between his toes and the scarlet trail from the refrigerator to the door. He didn't even acknowledge me, sticking his face directly into a frosted cake my mother made. I watched, mesmerized, and maybe a little disgusted, as he chewed through the cake, whipped his head up, swallowing it down, exactly the way I'd see a crow eating bread. When his eyes did find me, they were beady and wrong, almost vacant. He ignored me, standing on his tiptoes to sniff around in the cupboard. Jude. I found myself saying his name, and it felt and sounded foreign. He didn't respond, ripping open a bag of candy bars. He was ravaging a Snickers bar when I turned to him, swallowing down bile. Jude's sickness really had turned him from an angel into something else. His body was more of a grotesque contortion of angel and human. His bones jutted out in weird places, his wings a lot better and sturdier, but much sharper, every individual as sharp as a needlepoint. How old are you? I asked casually. I'm almost 19, and you've been 19 for most of my life, B. Jude, I said again. He twisted around, chocolate slew dropping down his chin. It hit me when he slowly inclined his head, beady eyes twitching. He couldn't understand me, or at least, he was struggling to fully understand me. I noticed his eyes were glued to my lips. He was reading my words. I stood up slowly. Mom and Dad were at the store, so I didn't have much time. If you have wings, why don't you fly away? Jude dragged his twitching body to the door, his arms full of snacks. I didn't expecting him to laugh. One arm whipping out, curled nails gripping the doorway, the other grasping salted chips. His laugh was strange, no longer human, more of a bird-like squawk. Instead of speaking, he saluted me with his candy bar and walked away, still chirping to himself. 2 weeks later, I got a glimpse of Lily. Her wings were larger than her, monstrous gray appendages splitting her spine in two. Lily's clothes were barely clinging to her skeletal frame. She was hunched over, a single chain wrapped around her ankle. She went straight to the kitchen faucet and turned on the stream of water, gulping greedily. her fang-like teeth piercing silver. When she dropped to her knees, weighed down by her wings, I couldn't stand it anymore. I shoved the door open to the patio. Go, I managed to choke out, pointing outside. Fly. I won't tell Mom. I saw her longing to be free, desperation crumpling her attempt at a smile. She nodded, making a beeline for the door. Her wings weren't strong enough, so I grabbed duct tape and reinforced them as much as I could. I pulled off my jacket and threw it over her shoulders, pulling her into a hug. She didn't speak. I don't think she could. Her neck was narrower, more bird-like. Wasn't even sure if she had vocal cords anymore. Go, I said, halfway to the door. I'll go get your brother. With a broken smile, she stepped over the threshold. She was so close to cold air on her skin, sunlight reflecting in wide, hopeful eyes filled with tears. I watched her spread her wings, flying up, up. There was a knock on the front door, and I panicked, shutting the door. Go, I hissed. Hello? Footsteps. They weren't my mother. Frida? The kitchen door flew open, an all too familiar face, followed by a pained shriek. Serena! It took me half a second to realize my old elementary school teacher was standing in the doorway, her frenzied eyes glued to Lily. I watched her take slow steps forward, stumbling, her hands covering her mouth. Serena, she sobbed. Oh, God, my baby. Her lips started to curl, and I felt her scream rooted inside my skull. Her gaze locked onto the girl's wings. What did they do to you? What did they do? Bang! In the time it took for the angel to drop to the ground, and her mother following suit, reality slammed into me in an icy wave. Lily hit the patio, scarlet spreading around her. She wasn't an angel. Nina! Mom was in the doorway, a shotgun in her hands. Next to her, Jude stood, his eyes wild, his mouth gagged by my mother's hand. Mom? Jude muffled. His gaze found my teacher crumpled, on the floor, his expression contorting. Growing feral, he lunged forward, his bird-like cry becoming more human, resembling a child's screech. Mom yanked him back, slamming her hand over his mouth. Mom! I watched, paralyzed, as she turned on him, sticking the gun between his brows. Stay, she spat, running the barrel of the gun down his naked back. Mom saw his sharp glance towards freedom, forcing him into his knees. Move, and I shoot her. She twisted back to Lily, who wasn't moving. He dropped to his knees, slowly raising his hands. Okay, my mother gasped out. So, I want to get several things very fucking clear. In 2 strides, she was looming over my elementary school teacher. I watched her stick the barrel of the gun, protruding it into the woman's head, and blowing her brains out all over our kitchen floor, seeping scarlet and fleshy pink chunks decorating my shoes. The angels didn't react. Lily, lying in her own blood, and Jude staring, dead-eyed, at his mother. I couldn't breathe. I was aware I had thrown up all over myself, but I didn't remember moving. Only the thick, acidic sludge dripping down my face. You don't have a mother? Mom spat at Jude. You are a fallen angel who dropped from the skies thousands of years ago, and now walks the earth. I watched her cradle the boy's face. You saved my daughter. You were my perfect miracle. Mom's eyes were manic, her smile widening. She tightened her grip, forcing him to look at her. Aren't you? He didn't reply, his lip curling. Mom laughed in his face. Adam, you were your mother's worst enemy, she said, spite dripping from every word. Do you know how much it upset her to see her own son hurting himself right in front of her? Her gaze flashed to Lily. Serena was a whore of a woman, she spat. Every day I watched and listened to your mother complain about the two of you. You stole cash for drugs, sold her car, and even used her medication to satisfy your disgusting, filthy habit. Serena was sleeping around, and your own father called you a disgrace. Honestly, Adam, I should have left you in that hotel room. She gripped harder, her manicured nails slicing into his skin. Unconscious, drooling, a needle sticking from your veins. How fucking pathetic, he cried out, sharp, more akin to a crow, trying to jerk from her unyielding grasp. I should have let you destroy your body. Let your mother find you unresponsive again. Mom stepped back, admiring him. I gave you wings to save you, she whispered. Dad came through the door, already hauling bleach and a body bag. Mom must have known my teacher was planning to visit. I think this was the point where I was supposed to do something, but I was frozen, standing in pooling blood and splintered pieces of my teacher's skull. Dad hauled the angels back to the attic, and I was left with my mother. Grab me a bucket, she said, like disposing of a body was normal. I didn't speak to my mother. Instead, I grabbed my backpack and left the house. I went straight to the sheriff's office and told him directly that I had witnessed a murder and that 2 missing college students were in my parents' attic. I don't think they believed me at first. I shouldn't have led with, I think my mother turned 2 missing college kids into angels. Officially, Adam and Serena would be 39 years old. I wasn't looking forward to trying to explain how the 2 of them resembled teenagers. Still, I sat in the back of the police cruiser, following a dozen cops to my house, which was empty. Mom and Dad were gone, and when the cops broke through into the attic, it was just storage space. The angels were nowhere to be seen. It didn't take the cops long to start pointing the finger at me. I was hauled back to the station, and after I was interrogated and then lectured on wasting police time, I was released. With no choice but to go home, I began my search. Jude and Lily had to be somewhere, hidden away. I couldn't imagine my parents running away with 2 genetically engineered angels. I started in the attic, where all I could find were old boxes, ancient toys, and a D's. Mom and Dad were good at covering their tracks. Moving to my parents' room, there was nothing of importance until I crawled under their bed. There was nothing under there, but there was a lump in the carpet, another loose floorboard. This one led me into a shallow hole filled with documents. Spreading them across the floor, found Adam and Serena's names. Mom and Dad were documenting their progress. Day 1. Subjects are calm. Neuromuscular blockers administered. I am going to attempt to make an incision into the spine of the S1. I will update with progress. So far, everything looks good. There was 19 years worth of research and procedures, but they didn't stop after Adam and Serena. I found old files from years ago, back when they were babies. Names that kept going. Nathan, Lily, Charlotte, Matthew, Jesse, Victor, Evangeline. Something sickly crept its way up my throat. If my parents had been experimenting on all of those people, where were they now? I got my answer. When I dug deeper into the old subjects, failed was stamped, a sea of red reaching further into the shallow cavern. My fingers brushed something warm, something wet and soft, almost like feathers. I retracted back, and as if it was alive, as if it could feel, the ground rumbled beneath me, and I heard that soft cry once more, that wail. I couldn't stop myself. I jumped up, tearing at the walls of my parents' room, and stepping back when paint became slick and wet, bloody feathers stuck to my palms. When a single eye blinked back at me, I stumbled back, my heart in my mouth. Mom was right. She was wrong. She fucking lied about almost everything. Jude and Lily were not angels. They did not save me when I was a baby. Jude and Lily are my parents' successful attempt to replace what is living inside our walls. The angel my house was built on, its bones made from its foundations, its blood splattered across our walls. I think it's upset. I think it wants its children, all of its children, from past and present, back. It's already started to cry. The walls are bleeding. Its ceiling is crumbling. Floors caving in. The angel whispers in my ear, a language that twists and contorts my thoughts. This thing is threatening me. If I don't bring back its children, it's going to kill me. But I can't help wondering if it's trying to tell me something. Are those that failed still inside our house? I'm updating this post before I post the whole thing. Last night, I couldn't sleep. I've been in agonizing pain for hours. Lighting bolts are running up and down my fucking spine. I stuck my hand under my shirt to relieve the tension, only to pluck a single feather quill from my body. What my parents did to Jude, Lily, and all those kids. Am I their next subject? I saw a zombie today. I was driving home from work when I saw the guy. He was wearing bloody pajamas and wandering around in some kind of trance. When he saw my car pass, he started chasing after it like a rabid dog. I was too fast through, and eventually I got away from him. The news was full of weird stories lately. More missing persons, increased homicides. I live in a small town in Georgia, and so this was unusual. People I talked to on a regular basis were suddenly gone, but I figured they were taking sick days or maybe on vacation. I don't know. People around here don't really go on vacation. They take time off and you see them downtown at one of the 2 bars we have in this town. It was when I saw that guy in the pajamas that I realized that zombies were actual real things. I knew in the pit of my stomach that something big and dangerous was happening. I called my girlfriend and told her what had happened and insisted she come to my place for a while until this thing blows over. You might be thinking, lives in small southern town, must be a country boy, good with guns and surviving in the wilderness. You would be wrong. I grew up in the Atlanta suburbs and eventually became a truck driver. My mom ended up marrying this guy after my dad died, and she moved down here. The guy died and left her his house. Then she died and gave it to me. So I came down here to look after it. I'm posting this here to, I guess, share my actual feelings on what's happening throughout the country right now. I can't talk to my girlfriend. She needs me to be strong and resolute. But I need to tell somebody that I'm scared and that I don't think this situation is going to end well for any of us. I'm keeping track of events in Europe and South America. They're experiencing similar upticks in disappearances and violence that we are in the United States. For a couple of months, there's been this wave of increased missing persons reports. Then came the random homicides, some of which were recorded and posted on social media. They're all the same. You see a few disheveled people walking along in the distance. Their clothes are bloodstained. They look like they're in some kind of trance. Then they attack some birthday party, or drunk party goers, or just random people going about their business. Some people are saying they're corpses returning to life, but that's impossible. I think there's some kind of virus going around making people crazy. I've been drinking bottled water and wearing a mask for a couple weeks. People around here give me condescending looks, but I've always been a cautious person. This is just day one, and I feel like there's something building that will explode soon. I'm keeping this record so that people will know what happened to me. I have to go now. My girlfriend just pulled up. Our town is infested by unwanted visitors. All they do is watch us. I have learned to live with them by now. It is not much different from how things were before they came. I still have my routine. I still wake up at 6 a.m. And I most certainly still drag my feet to work every morning. All of us do. There is no alternative. When they first arrived, we at least had the decency to fear them. Quiet chatter at the water cooler and careful whispers in the hallway carried our unease. There was a shared anxiety, a collective tension, because we knew nothing. What are they? What do they want? Why are they not doing anything? Our little town quickly developed a system. At first, we communicated their whereabouts through hand-drawn maps and word of mouth. Soon, Facebook groups sprang up dedicated to this very purpose. And now, thanks to some local software engineers, we even have an app documenting the locations and behaviors of unwanted visitors. There's an app for that. Regarding these creatures, our knowledge is lacking, to say the least. But we've learned a few things. They come in the night. From where? We don't know. There have been sightings of them crawling out of drain wells, jumping from rooftops, and somehow squeezing themselves out of pipes. However, I can't confirm any of this firsthand. I've never seen them move. Once they find a spot, they seem to return to it every night. It's almost as if they enjoy things. Of course, this makes it easier to document their locations, but it has drawbacks too. For example, our next-door neighbors have a window in their bedroom that faces the complex courtyard. One of them took a liking to that very spot. Imagine trying to get ready for bed every night while one of those things stares at you with its small, black, beady eyes. Needless to say, our neighbors haven't opened their blinds in over a year. The only thing they do is observe. If you encounter one, it won't move. It won't touch, threaten, or harm you, but it will watch you. As for why, we still have no idea. They seem to be local to our town. I haven't heard of sightings anywhere else, and the only channel that covers them is our local news. The police department is aware of them, but they're the only authority that even acknowledges their existence. We've tried contacting every government agency imaginable: the FBI, CIA, Homeland Security, but no one has done anything apart from silencing those of us who try to go public. We're on our own. That's the extent of what we know. As you might imagine, many theories have emerged. Most of them are biblical in nature or resemble fairy tales. punishment for our sins, the rapture, that sort of thing. The most interesting theory I've heard suggests that they were once normal humans sent by a foreign power to intimidate and destabilize us. But if you've ever seen one, you'd know immediately that they are not human. I still remember my first encounter, the first encounter anyone ever had. It was a foggy Thursday night, just past midnight. I'd stayed late at the office, finishing up a report that wasn't due for another week, but anything to avoid the silence of my apartment. The streets were deserted. As I walked home, the dim glow of streetlights failing to cut through the mist. That's when I saw it. At first, I thought it was a person, a shadow slouched against the wall of the laundromat. But as I got closer, my steps faltered. It was taller than a person should be, impossibly thin, like someone had stretched it. Its limbs were too long, dangling in strange angles as it hunched forward. It didn't seem to have a face. Not really, just smooth, pale skin that shimmered slightly in the light. And then there were the eyes, two small, black beads, unmoving, unblinking, fixed directly on me. I froze, clutching my bag so tightly my knuckles turned white. It didn't move. It didn't make a sound. It just watched. I tried to tell myself it wasn't real, that I was imagining things, that I was overtired. But the weight of... I took a step backward, then another. Its head tilted, ever so slightly, as if studying me. I couldn't stand it anymore. I turned and bolted, sprinting the rest of the way home without looking back. I slammed my door shut, locked it, and collapsed against it, gasping for breath. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat on the couch with all the lights on, waiting for morning. I kept telling myself I wouldn't go outside again. Not alone, not at night. But life has a way of making you adapt. Bills pile up, groceries run low, and work doesn't wait for fear. So I learned to live with them. We all did. Now I see them often, sometimes on my morning walk to work, standing silently in alleyways or perched on rooftops, sometimes in the park, leaning against a tree as couples stroll by, oblivious. I've even seen one sitting on a swing in the children's playground, its long legs folded awkwardly, the chains creaking softly under its weight. But it's not just their presence that unnerves me. It's the feeling that they know something we don't, that their endless watching isn't idle curiosity, but something deliberate, something calculated. Sometimes I wonder if we'll ever know what they want, or if we're better off not knowing at all. Night shift. I can't remember the last time I saw the sun. I mean, yeah, sure, I could figure it out by looking at my calendar, but that kind of proves my point. For those of you who don't know, in the northern states, it gets dark really early in the winter. If it's cloudy, which it always is in the UP in the winter, it can get dark as early as 4 p.m. This is bad enough if you have a normal 9-to-5 job. It's hellish if you work the night shift. I work a 10 to 8-hour night shift, Monday, Saturday, from 7:00 p.m. to 5:30 a.m. when you factor in the 30-minute food break in the middle. The factory I work for is basically the only place you can work within a 2 8-hour radius of my cabin, so I don't have much choice. 60-ish hours a week is killer, but the overtime is double time and a half instead of the typical time and a half, so we don't usually complain. I'm in my mid-20s, unmarried, and no kids, So it's not like anyone is out there missing me. My goal was to save up enough money to move to Marquette so I could finally join the real world. This never happened. Now, I'm trapped working the night shift. There are odd things that happen in the dark. When the only light you're used to is LED artificial light, you might start to see things. Nothing too crazy, like UFOs or whatever, but small things. A deer just out of range of your headlights that isn't really there. Human faces in the shadows that are cast on the trees by your porch lights. Your vision may begin to feel monochrome outside in the snow. I was used to all of these. What I see in the dark can't be explained by night shift delirium. It was January 7th. It was a Saturday, my last shift of the week. I was driving to work and I hit a deer. As any self-respecting youper would do, I made sure it was dead and threw it in the back of my Chevy. This has happened to me, enough to where it doesn't ruin my day. I even had a bumper guard to ensure my safety. That wasn't the weird part. The weird part happened later, after the first 3 HRs. It was time for our first 15-min paid break, and I stepped outside for a quick dart. I went over to check on my deer, and all that was left in the bed of my truck was some fur, a hoof, and a big puddle of blood. I took a drag of my cigarette and thought it was strange. It wasn't impossible that a wolf or a bear dragged it off somewhere, but bears aren't very active in the winter, and wolves tend to steer clear of the factory. My next thought was maybe a cop rolled up and took it. Also, a likely situation. The DNR doesn't like undocumented dead deer. The lack of citation under my wiper blade made that scenario unlikely. My train of thought was broken when I took a step backward, then another, its head tilted ever so slightly as if studying me. I couldn't stand it anymore. I turned and bolted, sprinting the rest of the way home without looking back. I slammed my door shut, locked it, and collapsed against it, gasping for breath. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat on the couch with all the lights on, waiting for morning. I kept telling myself I wouldn't go outside again. Not alone, not at night. But life has a way of making you adapt. Bills pile up, groceries run low, and work doesn't wait for fear. So I learned to live with them. We all did. Now I see them often, sometimes on my morning walk to work, standing silently in alleyways or perched on rooftops, sometimes in the park, leaning against a tree as couples stroll by, oblivious. I've even seen one sitting on a swing in the children's playground, its long legs folded awkwardly, the chains creaking softly under its weight. But it's not just their presence that unnerves me. It's the feeling that they know something we don't, that their endless watching isn't idle curiosity, but something deliberate, something calculated. Sometimes I wonder if we'll ever know what they want, or if we're better off not knowing at all. Night shift. I can't remember the last time I saw the sun. I mean, yeah, sure, I could figure it out by looking at my calendar, but that kind of proves my point. For those of you who don't know, in the northern states, it gets dark really early in the winter. If it's cloudy, which it always is in the UP in the winter, it can get dark as early as 4 p.m. This is bad enough if you have a normal 9 to 5 job. It's hellish if you work the night shift. I work a 10-8-hour night shift, Monday, Saturday, from 7:00 p.m. to 5:30 a.m. when you factor in the 30-minute food break in the middle. The factory I work for is basically the only place you can work within a 2 AR radius of my cabin, so I don't have much choice. 60-ish hours a week is killer, but the overtime is double time and a half instead of the typical time and a half, so we don't usually complain. I'm in my mid-20s, unmarried, and no kids, so it's not like anyone is out there missing me. My goal was to save up enough money to move to Marquette so I could finally join the real world. This never happened. Now, I'm trapped working the night shift. There are odd things that happen in the dark. When the only light you're used to is LED artificial light, you might start to see things. Nothing too crazy, like UFOs or whatever, but small things. A deer just out of range of your headlights that isn't really there. Human faces in the shadows that are cast on the trees by your porch lights. Your vision may begin to feel monochrome outside in the snow. I was used to all of these. What I see in the dark can't be explained by night shift delirium. It was January 7th. It was a Saturday, my last shift of the week. I was driving to work and I hit a deer. As any self-respecting youper would do, I made sure it was dead and threw it in the back of my Chevy. This has happened to me enough to where it doesn't ruin my day. I even had a bumper guard to ensure my safety. That wasn't the weird part. The weird part happened later. After the first 3 HRs, it was time for our first 15-min paid break, and I stepped outside for a quick dart. I went over to check on my deer, and all that was left in the bed of my truck was some fur, a hoof, and a big puddle of blood. I took a drag of my cigarette and thought it was strange. It wasn't impossible that a wolf or a bear dragged it off somewhere, but bears aren't very active in the winter, and wolves tend to steer clear of the factory. My next thought was maybe a cop rolled up and took it. Also, a likely situation. The DNR doesn't like undocumented dead deer. The lack of citation under my wiper blade made that scenario unlikely. My train of thought was broken when the ash from my cigarette cascaded into the blood pool. It shook me back to reality, and I realized that I only had a couple minutes to get back to the line. I went back inside and didn't think about it for the rest of my shift. On the drive home, I couldn't help but notice just how overwhelming the dark was. It was cloudy, and it was a new moon. On top of that, it was unseasonably foggy. I couldn't see anything past my windshield. I was driving slow, even slower, once on got to my road. The road I live on is way off the beaten trail, just a middle of nowhere road. The land that isn't lived on is typically used for timber by various lumber companies. It was thick forest until suddenly and randomly there would be a massive barren clearing. While I was driving past one of these clearings, the fog broke up, and I could have sworn I saw someone standing out in the middle. I tried to focus on the figure, but when I looked back, it was gone. I pulled into my driveway and slowly drove down it. The trees felt like they were closing in on me, as if they were massive skeletal hands trying to grab at me. I was beyond exhausted, and I was certain my brain had betrayed me. I just needed my standard 20-ish hour end-of-week sleep, and I could put this all behind me, right? Wrong. When I pulled up beside my door, I looked by my woodshed and saw a dead deer. I got out of my truck, pulled out my pistol that I always keep on me because of the dangerous wildlife, and walked over to the deer. Before me laid a deer that had clearly been fed on. The deer was also missing a hoof. As quick as I could, without panicking and bolting, I went inside. I locked the door to the wood storage room, locked the main door, and made sure the windows and back door were all closed and locked. I didn't even take the time to turn on the generator. I just started a fire in the wood stove, heated up a can of New England clam chowder for dinner, and went to bed. Other than the low orange glow coming from the little window on the wood stove, it was completely dark. And as I drifted off to sleep, I swear I heard someone trying to open my front door. Because of the sleeping pills that I take for sleep, Sunday came and went without a peep. My dreams were haunted with spectral deer and crazed men attacking me. I dreamed that the sun was blotted out and turned to blood. Deer surrounded me and feasted on my flesh. I'm used to having bizarre dreams, but this was new, so specific and so realistic. When I officially woke up, it was 5:00 p.m. on Sunday evening. I decided that I was going to call in for my Monday evening through Tuesday morning shift. I just was not feeling good. My boss was super understanding, seeing as I've only called in sick 3 times in the 3 years that I've worked there. The reason I decided to call in was because I'd resolved that I was going to get to the bottom of what was happening, and it would be nice to see the sun for once. However, when Monday morning rolled up, the sun was blotted out. The clouds were so thick and gray that it was an ever-present dusk. Although my flesh had yet to feel the sun's loving glow, it was nice to see without the help of artificial light for once. The first place I went was the nearest Dollar General to grab the local paper. I was hoping that maybe I'd be able to glean some info from it. I'm not sure what I was expecting to find, but I figured it'd be a good place to start. The weekly newspaper I bought had a bunch of nonsense as usual. One title claimed that a man trapped a werewolf at the nearest mystery spot. Another had a man ranting about a cannibal ring that operates out of fake hospitals. Just your usual small-town conspiracy stuff. The one that caught my eye was about the local asylum. Allegedly, one of their more violent inmates broke out last week. They described him as having long, scraggly salt and pepper hair and a big, unkempt, gray beard. The orderlies said that he had unusual strength for his stature, that he was prone to biting off and eating people's fingers. The reason he was there is due to the fact that he'd murdered and consumed his family back in the 90s. His lawyers managed to get him instituted instead of imprisoned by pleading insanity. I decided that this information might be relevant, so I tucked that away in my mind. I then decided to go to the library to see if they had any more information about this man. My old friend and neighbor Eric, the librarian, lead me straight to the old news that they kept on file. Eric: so you heard he escaped, huh? Me: yeah. I'm just curious. Want to make sure I'm safe, you know? Eric: the odds of him surviving this long is unlikely. It's been sub-zero for the past month. Not to mention the fact that he's in his 60s now. I think we're gonna be okay. Me: maybe. I just want to be sure. The library wasn't much help. His name was scrubbed from the record for some reason. His occupation was also scrubbed. Eric said it's because he was the old sheriff. He said that it was a huge conspiracy by the sheriff's department to keep their public image up. I guess that could be true. Wouldn't be the first time the cops of our town did a major cover-up. Allegedly, this same sheriff was busted for meth and PCP a few different times, but cops gonna cop, and they covered it up. These drugs he had weren't normal. They were laced with something called pitch on the streets. It caused violent outbreaks, hysteria, and it turned off your pain receptors to give you perceived increased strength. Assuming these are the same guy, that might answer some of the crazed strength claims. It was getting dark by the time I left, so I figured it was time to head home. The drive would take roughly 40 minutes, and I wanted to get back before it got too dark. On the way home, there was a man walking along the side of the road. He was wearing blue jeans, a red checkered flannel coat, and a gray beanie. As I approached him, he stuck out his thumb for a ride. I slowed down. I had no intention of picking him up, but I didn't want him to jump out in front of me. Then I saw his face. He had a long, unkempt gray beard, and his face was framed in salt and pepper hair. I hit the gas and sped home. When I got there, I locked up, loaded my gun, and went to bed. On Tuesday night, I had to return to work. I didn't want to, but I figured getting back into the swing of things would be good for me. I was only a month or so away from being able to move out. I needed to see this through. I was driving down my long and winding back road when I saw a body laying in the ditch. The person kept bobbing up and down like they were trying to get up. As I got closer, I saw all the blood. I was worried that it was the old sheriff, but they weren't wearing the red coat. I slowed to a crawl and then parked my truck. I pulled out my pistol, ready to shoot if I needed to. I crept up to the scene, and I saw the man. His face and beard was covered in blood, but it wasn't his. He was on all fours, burying his face into the stomach of a dead wolf. The snow under my feet crunched, and he whipped around and roared at me. The wild man. He lunged at me, brandishing a buck knife. I let out a scream as I put a few rounds right in his chest. He roared in pain and slumped over. My heart was pounding. My ears were ringing. My blood ran cold with adrenaline. I waited a few minutes before I approached the body. I kept my weapon drawn as I inspected him. I used my boot to roll him over. He was down. As I began searching him for identification, his eyes shot open. He stabbed me in my thigh with his buck knife. I screamed in pain as I backed away. He then got up and began coming towards me. He didn't stand up, however. He was on all fours like an animal. He was grunting and groaning. Blood gurgled from his mouth. In the assault, my gun was flung from my hand, and I was helpless. As he loomed over me, I saw his eyes. They were dark, not brown, but black. I couldn't see any cornea, no iris, just pitch black eyes. Darkness. He pulled his knife from my thigh and cut my pant leg off. He looked at me, smiled, then sunk his teeth into my calf. The pain was unbearable. With each bite, he tore chunks of flesh. I gave up. It's been 6 months since the wild man took my leg. Eric keeps me updated on the search. The wild man has killed and consumed 8 people. I haven't gone back there. Not yet. For now, I'll stay in my apartment in Marquette, healing and getting used to the new leg. I'm slowly getting better. I refuse to be out after dark. Every shadow reminds me of the darkness of the wild man. The lights always stay on in my apartment. The only safety I feel is in the light and in the sun when I can see. But every now and then, when the moon is new and the expanse is veiled in clouds, I lay awake in my bed, listening, and I swear I can hear tapping at my window. Don't look in the mirror. It's 1:46 p.m. on a Wednesday, and I should be heading to my genetics class. But my body isn't cooperating with me. I'm in the middle of nowhere, and I'm scared out of my mind. I need help. Here's what I know. This all started last Saturday. My friend, Iris, had invited me over, saying she had gotten her hands on some acid and wanted to trip together. She's a bit older than me, but we met at work and have been inseparable ever since. I trusted her like I would an older sister. I had a pretty sheltered childhood and hadn't ever drank or done drugs. An ex introduced me to weed, and besides 1 week trip on shrooms, that was the extent of my experience. I'd heard stories from Iris about past acid trips and wanted to try it out, so she said she would see if she could find tabs for us to take. What a mistake. When I got to her place, there was already someone else parked in the driveway. Her boyfriend, Jesse, sold weed as a side gig, usually to our coworkers, so it wasn't atypical. I let myself in, and she greeted me with a squeal. Took you long enough. Jesse's in the garage with Tom. He's got some good shit. Really pure. Have you met Tom? She asked. I don't think so. Wait, is he the chemist friend? They had mentioned him before. Tom was a childhood friend of Jesse's and on track to get his PhD in chemistry. His research was on psychedelics. The dots were starting to connect. Yes. I can't believe you guys haven't met yet. He's been working on a compound variation and swears this shit is the best the lab has ever made. She led me to the garage where the guys were smoking a blunt. The familiar, skunky sweet smell enveloped me, and we joined their rotation. Iris introduced us, and Tom was friendly. About time I put a name to the face. Iris never shuts up about you. This was something I'd heard often when meeting Iris's other friends. I had never had such a loving friendship. She would often joke that we'd run away together, and Jessie and I would share a look, bonding over her nonsense. We stayed in the garage for a while, chatting and smoking. Before Tom got ready to leave, he passed a Ziploc containing a single strip to Jessie. Have fun and be careful. Just remember, don't look in the mirror on this stuff. It'll mess you up. He said the last part with a tinge of seriousness. We all said our goodbyes, and he drove away. What did he mean about the mirror? I asked Jessie. Despite my excitement, I was a little nervous. Jessie laughed. Don't worry, just a general precaution. Things get weird on acid, and you won't look like yourself. It can be easy to get spooked and ruin the trip, but you'll be fine. I was satisfied with his reassurance. Jessie had begun dabbling with drugs at a young age, and I trusted his vast knowledge. All right, it's time. Let the trip begin. Iris held up the bag and excitedly danced around us. Iris and I ceremoniously placed a tab under our tongues and waited for it to dissolve. Jesse, ever the gentleman, would wait to take his until after our come up to make sure I reacted okay. After about 45 minutes, things started moving in my peripheral, a non-existent breeze making everything sway ever so slightly. Colors started becoming more vibrant, and I couldn't stop giggling. It's happening! Iris exclaimed, joining my laughter. Jesse left to take his tab, taking my surge of joy as a good sign. Iris had prepared for the trip with an arsenal of activities for us to enjoy. We blew bubbles, listened to records, tried an assortment of fruits, painted, and watched cartoons. We were having a great time. Hours had passed when suddenly I became very aware of my full bladder. I stood up and announced to the pair that I needed to pee. Iris and Jessie doubled over in laughter. "Don't get lost in there," Iris responded in a silly, sing-song voice. What a fitting warning that would turn out to be. I entered the bathroom, stumbling a little, as if I was drunk. Using the toilet was the strangest feeling I'd had yet that night, and I giggled to myself. I went to the sink to wash my hands and noticed my reflection in front of me. I was looking at the bottom of the mirror, watching the print on my shirt dance before my eyes. I slowly took in more of my reflection, moving up to my mouth, staring at the distorted reflection of my smile. It seemed too wide, but I had gotten accustomed to everything being a little off throughout the trip. Warning bells started ringing in my mind, and Tom's words came back to me. As I was processing, my gaze shifted upwards involuntarily, as if someone was lifting my chin. I made eye contact with myself. My eyes were wrong. They contained empty blackness with an impossible depth. Instead of the amber they were supposed to be, a feeling of panic set in, quickly replaced by the rush of movement. Kind of like when you drift asleep and wake up to the feeling of falling. I blinked, and when I opened my eyes, all I could see was a metal door, maybe 20 feet away. It was lit by a white orb in front of it. I whimpered. I was completely sober in that moment and looked around. Impossible darkness, blacker than black, was behind and below me. I closed my eyes again, hoping that when I opened them, I'd be back in the bathroom. But sadly, I had the same view. My mind raced with possible explanations until I noticed the orb was moving, ever so slightly, the consistency like a blob in a lava lamp. I stepped closer, and the orb grew brighter, only illuminating the vast darkness around me. I must be having a bad trip, I thought to myself. I walked towards the orb until I was only a foot away. The light was incredibly bright now, and the orb looked like it was made up of thousands of tiny, independently moving lights. It was beautiful, and I wanted nothing more than for the orb to envelope me in its glow. I reached out a hand, and the orb seemed to mirror me, sending out a small tendril of light. It wrapped around one finger, so cold my brain registered it as a searing pain. I tried to jerk my hand away, but it was stuck now, covering more and more of me. I started to scream from the pain, and before I knew it, my mouth was covered, muffling the sound. The frigid white matter moved up over my eyes, rendering me blind with its brightness. It blanketed my entire body. The cold was wrapped so tightly around me, I felt like I couldn't breathe. I woke up in the dark. The orb was opposite the door, now farther away than before, making the vast blackness of the room feel suffocating. I rolled onto my side and felt the pressure of something underneath me, small and hard, digging into my ribs. I reach for it and breathe a sigh of relief. I had my phone in my pocket, and it must have fallen out when I rolled over. I unlock it and try to call Iris. Nothing. Of course, there wouldn't be any signal in this desolate prison. I look up and see that the orb has moved closer, as if it sensed that I was up and moving again. It has its tendril reaching out to me. I get to my feet slowly and back away from it. The tendril grows longer, getting closer to me. I can feel the ache from it enveloping me earlier. and I cannot fathom feeling that pain again. I find myself bumping into the door. My hand reaches shakily behind me, searching for the knob, and to my surprise, it twists open. I'm now in a room with an incredibly large screen. I can't tell if I'm laying down or standing. I see the bathroom again, but everything is muted, as if there's a white veil. I wasn't in pain, but felt covered in a cold numbness. I was sitting in the bathtub and could hear banging on the door faintly, Iris yelling my name. I willed my body to move, but it's as if my body is disconnected from, again, fearing I'd end up in the same strange darkness. But I felt myself forced to look into my eyes. The blackness was still there for a moment, before shifting to amber. I felt relieved before seeing the sickly, wide smile that was still plastered on my face. My heart dropped into my stomach as I saw my body move towards the door. "What the fuck?" Iris yelled upon seeing me. Jessie looked concerned. I was relieved to see them. I wanted nothing more than to give Iris a hug and tell her the nightmare I had just endured. Instead, I heard myself speak, "Sorry about that." It was my voice, but it sounded almost mechanical, void of any emotion. My body left the bathroom. "Did you fall into the toilet or something? We've been knocking forever." Iris's voice a mix of worry and anger. "I think I'm going to call it a night," I heard myself say. "What? No. You probably shouldn't drive right now." Jessie started. "It's okay. I'm fine." I tried to scream, to stop myself from moving farther away from my friends, but nothing happened. I was trapped in this new room with no way of communicating. I was walking towards their door when the screen went back. I couldn't see anything around me, completely blind with the absence of light from the screen. I was still able to move my arms and patted my pockets. My phone was still with me. I opened it again to look at my settings. No Wi-Fi, cellular data, or phone signal still. But then, a notification pops up. Reddit suggesting a post I should check out. I don't understand how this was able to come through, but I click on it and open the app. I start typing out what's happened to me. The screen turns back on, and I'm in my apartment. I stand in my kitchen. I will myself to rub my eyes and make my veiled vision clearer, but my arm doesn't move. I have no control over what's happening on screen. I see myself approaching my front door. The clock in my living room shows that it's 1:07 p.m., Wednesday, the November 29th, 2023. What felt like just a few minutes on my phone has actually been 4 days. My hand grabs my keys and continues out the door. I have a briefcase in my other hand. I've never owned a briefcase in my life. I get into my car and start driving. I leave my small college town in a direction I've never traveled. Highway turns into back roads, then gravel roads. The car stops. There's nothing around, indicating where I am. Just endless forest on both sides of the road. My dashboard reads 1:46 p.m. My body exits the car, walking towards the tree line. Briefcase in hand, I should be heading to my genetics class. I'd give anything to hear the boring drone of my professor's lecture right now. I'm so scared. If you're reading this, it means somehow my post has gotten through. Please help me. Somebody called me on my show and said he is from the future. I've been working the night shift at this small town radio station for the better part of 3 years. My show, Night Vibes, wasn't exactly primetime radio, but it paid the bills, and I got to talk about whatever the hell I wanted. Insomniacs, long-haul truckers, and the occasional stoner called in to chat about their weird theories or play requests. Most nights, it was the same old thing, until the night Daniel called, and that call changed my life forever. It was close to midnight. The phone lines had been quiet for a while, and I was halfway through sipping my coffee when the line lit up. I hit the button, leaned into the mic, and put on my usual cheery DJ voice. Night vibes. You're on the air. Who's this? Mark, I'm calling from the future. I heard a voice blare from the other end of the line. I immediately rolled my eyes and leaned back in my chair. Not another prank call. I sighed to myself. Or worse, this could be a conspiracy nut. I was about to hang up when the voice continued speaking. Tomorrow morning at 7:42, there will be a crash on Highway 4. A delivery truck will turn turtle. No one will die, but it'll cause a pileup and lead to a ton of traffic on the highway, stretching back miles. Sure, I said in response, smirking into the microphone. You've got my attention, buddy. What's next? An alien invasion? Somebody winning the lottery? Or maybe even a zombie apocalypse? The voice on the other end didn't flinch. In fact, he stayed silent for so long that I thought the line had gone dead. Then his voice cut across the static, more resolute this time, carrying an edge of certainty that chilled me. Check the news in the morning, Mark. You'll see I'm telling the truth. The line went dead before I could say another word. But the next morning was different. I woke up late, groggy from the long shift, and checked my phone like I always did, scanning the latest headlines. My eyes stopped at one in particular. Delivery truck causes massive accident on Highway 4. No fatalities. The timestamp read 7:42 a.m. My stomach dropped, a shiver crawling up my spine. My hand trembled slightly as I stared at the screen, struggling to process why just a lucky guess. I tried to chalk it up to mishearing the time or imagining the entire thing, but the knot in my stomach refused to loosen. When I returned to work that evening, I couldn't help but wonder, would Daniel call again? Part of me hoped he wouldn't, but part of me wanted him to call because I needed to know. As I began my shift, I clicked to take the first call. Night vibes, you're on the air. A familiar voice crackled through the line. It's Daniel, he said, calm and matter of fact. There's going to be a fire tomorrow in the basement of St. Mary's Hospital. No one will be hurt, but they won't find out what caused it. I felt a chill crawl up my spine once again. This time, there was no mocking reply, no sarcastic comeback from me. I was shaken, and Daniel could hear it in my silence. He did not laugh, nor did he gloat about getting it right the previous night. He had simply moved on to his next prediction, and that made me panic even the more. Don't bother warning them, he added, almost as if reading my mind. They won't believe you. In fact, nobody will believe you. They never do. What the hell do you want, man? I asked suddenly, my voice more aggressive than I had intended. You'll see, he said, in a matter-of-fact manner. I'll call again tomorrow. Click. He disconnected the call and was gone, leaving me speechless for the second time in 2 days. This was getting very frustrating now, and also made me anxious at the same time. I thought about calling the police, but what if they suspected me? If the fire happened as Daniel predicted, I could easily be blamed. But since he assured me no one would get hurt, I decided to wait and see if he was right. The next morning, the news confirmed it. A fire had broken out in the basement of St. Mary's Hospital. No one was hurt, and the cause was unknown. I tried to move on, but it was too real. Paranoia crept in, making me feel like someone was watching me, like I was being manipulated in some twisted game. But this time, I knew he would call again. In fact, I was certain of it. So, when the third call eventually came in, I was already dreading it. Tomorrow evening, Mark, at 7:34, a shootout will happen at Riley's supermarket. One person will die from a bullet wound. I clenched my fists as my heart started racing uncontrollably. Why are you telling me this? Are you doing this all by yourself? Are you making these things happen? Are you so starved for attention? I asked, almost yelling into the microphone. No, Mark. I'm just telling you what I know, Daniel replied in a calm voice. You're full of shit, I snapped, slamming my hand down on the desk. If you can predict this, why not stop it? Why not prevent people from getting hurt? There was a pause. Then the voice came back, quieter this time. It's not about stopping anything, Mark. It's about what happens after. What does that even mean? I asked, leaning into the microphone. What will happen later? But, to my growing frustration, Daniel had already disconnected the call. That night, I realized I could no longer keep quiet. I called the police and told them about the shooting and the location. They thought I was crazy, but after some convincing, they agreed to station a patrol car nearby, just in case. But I later learned I was in for more disappointment. The shooting had happened despite the police presence. The footage showed a body being carried out on a stretcher, loaded into an ambulance. My heart sank. I didn't go to work the next night. I couldn't. Daniel's phone calls were gnawing at me, and I felt like a pawn in his twisted little game. Sleep was impossible. His voice kept replaying in my head. It's about what happens after, and I didn't want to know what came after. As I sat there in the dark, my thoughts spinning, my phone suddenly rang. The display flashed an unknown number. I hesitated, my heart pounding, but I answered. It was Daniel. I thought you quit, he said, his voice dripping with mockery. Tell me what you want, I whispered, barely holding myself together. What happens after? You'll find out soon enough, Mark. We're getting close now. I'll call again tomorrow. But this time, it'll be for you. So you need to be in your office for this. The line went dead, and I was left in a cold sweat. What did he mean by for me? This wasn't just about some event I'd hear about on the news anymore. This was different. This felt personal. I spent the entire morning pacing my apartment and staring at the clock. Each time I glanced at the phone, I half expected it to ring. Daniel's voice slipping through the static. By nightfall, I had made my decision. I had to go to the station. Hiding out my apartment wouldn't make a difference, and something deep inside told me Daniel wanted me there. But I was in for more surprises. When I arrived at the parking garage, I was shocked to find my car missing. It had vanished without a trace, and I couldn't fathom how. My heart raced as I noticed a strange figure peering at me from behind one of the concrete pillars. I caught only a glimpse, but it sent me into a panic. and I began running towards the exit. I ran all the way to my office, relief washing over me only after I finally locked the door behind me and sank into my chair. The familiar hum of the studio finally provided some comfort, but it was short-lived. A couple of minutes later, the phone began to ring. I hesitated, my hand hovering over the receiver. This was it. Whatever Daniel wanted, it was about to happen. Swallowing hard, I finally picked up the phone. Mark, his voice crackled through the line. I told you I'd call. Are you ready? Yes, I replied after a moment's pause, determined to see this through. Very well, Daniel said, his voice cold and detached. I heard a sound, like fingers snapping. Suddenly, the TV in my studio flickered on, and my jaw dropped when I saw video footage of myself sitting alone in my car, parked across from Riley's supermarket. A police car was stationed ahead. I realized I was staking out the place, waiting for something. Sweat dripped down my forehead as I watched two masked figures approach the entrance of the supermarket, guns drawn. In an instant, the police jumped out of their vehicles, guns raised, and gunfire erupted. Horror gripped me as I saw a stray bullet hit my chest. I gasped, feeling a sharp, phantom pain as my body slumped forward, blood spreading across my shirt. The police eventually subdued the gunmen, but it was too late. My consciousness was fading. When I opened my eyes, I wasn't in the car. I stood next to a stretcher where my lifeless body lay under a sheet. Paramedics loaded me into an ambulance, while the street, now silent, felt eerie. I stood in the middle of the road, looking around in confusion. What had just happened? I could not understand. Then I saw him, a figure standing a few feet away. He had also been in the parking lot earlier, but now I could see him clearly. He had a human shape, but he wasn't human. His form shifted and blurred, like a mass of gray fog, twisting into something both familiar and utterly alien. As the footage continued, I watched myself panic and run after spotting the figure. The scene abruptly changed to my family gathered at my grave, performing my final rites, while I stood invisible among them. Suddenly, the screen flickered again, showing me waking up in my own apartment. The TV replayed the entire day's events, me discovering my car missing, spotting the gray figure in the parking lot, and my frantic run back to the office. With that, the screen suddenly went blank, and the TV turned off on its own, leaving me in unsettling silence. Am I already dead? I finally asked, my voice trembling, tears streaming down my face. Yes, came the calm reply. I sat there, trying to process the truth, but before I could gather my thoughts, the phone abruptly went dead. That's when I saw it. Right there in the studio, the same gray mass appeared before me. Who are you? I stammered, jerking back in my chair, fear taking hold. I am Death, Mark. I'm here to show you what comes after. What could possibly come after this? I asked, my voice heavy with lament. I want you to continue your job as a radio jockey, Mark. The figure replied, its voice chillingly steady. I want you to be a medium for the voices that need to be heard. Use this opportunity. Are you kidding me? I shot back, desperation creeping into my tone. Who will listen to me now? The figure didn't waver. Go open the door and see for yourself. With hesitation, I stood and opened the door. My breath caught in my throat, as I saw them, hundreds of gray, spectral beings hovering in the air, their eyes locked on me, waiting, watching. So, Daniel spoke again, his voice echoing through the air. What will you do, Mark? Will you do what is required of you? I looked back at him, fear filling my gaze, as I stood at the edge of a difficult decision. Snow in Florida. I hope you packed enough warm clothes, Mama said, wringing her hands. Florida boys don't have much experience with cold. They're saying it could snow this weekend. I don't know why you're even going out in this. And all by yourself. Mama, I said, I've been in the cold before. I have all my clothes and gear from my camping trip to Utah last year. It snowed like hell the whole time, and we were fine. And this is just a 3-day pig hunt. If it gets bad, I'll sit in the tent with my propane heater. Worst case, there's nothing stopping me from getting in the truck and blasting the heat the whole way home. I'm a grown man. I make good decisions. I know, she said, but you're never too old for me to worry about you. I got up and hugged her, giving her the same reassuring hug that I'd been giving since I grew up, and moved out. I'll be fine, Mama. I'll stay bundled up, and I might even be home early before the cold front hits. My buddy Aaron was just up at the hunting lease last week, and he said the hogs were consistently coming to the corn feeder. If I can take one on the first day, I won't even have to set up camp. I'll just toss it in the cooler and come on home. That's good, she said, her voice muffled against my shoulder. She pulled back and gestured to my grandfather, seated in his spot in the corner. Raising her voice so he could hear, she practically shouted, "Maybe you could take Pop-Pop with you. It's been more than a few years since he went hunting. I bet he could teach you a thing or two about hunting. What do you think, Pops? Do you want to go hunting in the snow with Mark?" Pop-Pop was settled into his orthopedic recliner, the cozy nook where he spent most of his time lately. His eyes went big and bright. Hunting? In this weather? Fuck! No, he drawled. He always had a way with words. News says there's a polar vortex, or some such shit. It'd kill me walking to the mailbox and back. Besides that, I wouldn't mess with these critters if it snows. They don't know how to act in the snow. I hear that snow can actually make the hunting better, I said. It's easier to track the animals, and they're more active when there's snow on the ground. Pops huffed. Active? Huh. That's a word for it. Maybe it's good for hunting up north, where it's supposed to snow. But down here, it makes them agitated, jittery. They aren't used to it. You make sure you've got a good gun and plenty of ammunition. Even a little old raccoon can mess up your day when it's not in its right mind. I pictured a cadre of snow-crazed squirrels climbing up my legs and laying waste to my camo jacket. I chuckled. I'll be on the ground, hunting hogs, so I'll have the AR-10, 20 rounds of .308 as fast as I can pull the trigger. If the raccoons get testy, I'll give them the business. Yeah. Well, if you do see snow, you blast any critter that so much as looks at you. I'm telling you, I seen it once, when I was younger than you are. And with that, Pop-Pop was absorbed back into his TV program, a nature documentary about life in the oceans. I patted him on the shoulder and gave Mama another hug before I headed out to my truck. The drive north up 75 was uneventful. Traffic was light in that direction. Plenty of folks headed south, though. Every third vehicle was either an RV towing a camper or was crusted in the cruddy salt film from roads far up north, snowbirds fleeing the polar vortex. Towns became smaller and more sparse along the drive. Beyond Gainesville, even most of the farmland gave way to undeveloped woods and swamp. Once I made my exit, the landscape was pure forest, drab with winter grays and browns. We may not get snow, but winter in Florida is muted and still. The riot of green life fades and holds its breath until warmer days. But that's not usually until late March or April. With 10 days left of January, the crisp air was somber. Gray clouds filmed over the sun. It was a melancholy kind of beauty. If I had a way with words, I'd feel poetic. After 2 miles down an unnamed clay road, I finally unlocked the cattle gate at the entrance to the hunting property. Locking it back up after driving through, I had a thrill of joy at the thought of being the only person here. Deer season ended last week. The hog hunters wouldn't come out in this weather, but the hogs would. Cold or not, they didn't have a choice, and I'd be waiting. Despite the reassurances to my mom, my first order of business was to set up camp. It would be foolish to count on early hunting success, fail, and have to pitch a tent in the dark. Sundown would lower the temperature even more. No, I would have an insulated tent and a propane heater waiting for me after hunting. I even set up my little camp stove with a stainless pot and some water to make a mug of hot chocolate as soon as I got back. After making camp, I grabbed up my rifle and a sack of corn. It was a decent hike to the clearing where we placed our corn feeder, almost half a mile. Between the walking, the 50 pounds of corn slung over my shoulder, and bundled layers of camouflage clothing, I actually broke a thin sweat. The dampness chilled me, and I shivered. When the corn feeder was topped off, I took a seat on the stool that we kept tucked behind a bush at the edge of the clearing. My rifle sat across my lap. That reassurance, at least, hadn't been a bluff. If I was going to be hunting feral hogs at ground level, I wanted a semi-automatic with some real power. Wild pigs are more skittish than their ferocious reputation, but an injured boar or a sow defending her brood could be deadly. That said, I didn't hold much hope for success that evening. The automatic feeder had scattered 2 pounds of corn in the morning, but it hadn't been touched. The feeder would activate again at 5 p.m., often acting as a dinner bell for local wildlife to come a-running. But I had a feeling that this evening would be dead. Once I was safely hidden away, a couple of doves flew in and nervously pecked at the corn on the ground. They left when a crow tumbled in and confidently squawked at them, picking over the grain with an arrogant strut. I watched the crow, watched the low gray clouds passing silently, watched the trees shiver. No other animals came to the corn. At 5 p.m., the unexpected ruckus of the feeder activating startled both the crow and me. He flew off, squalling. I laughed and wished I could do the same. When the sun began to set, I packed it in a bit early. It was nice not having to walk through the woods in the dark, and the warmth of my tent was irresistible. Back at camp, hot chocolate and a steaming bowl of cheese grits were just as divine as I'd been dreaming they would be. I completed the gourmet meal with some beef jerky, a handful of M&Ms, and just enough whiskey to make my cheeks tingle. I tried to make some headway through the novel I'd brought, but my eyelids quickly grew too heavy to read. Before I fell asleep, I barely had the clarity to set an early alarm for the next morning. 2 hours later, I was awake again. The tent was shaking, not violently, but strongly. The wind? Something was hitting the rainfly. Gentle, but repeatedly, there was a patter on the nylon. Definitely not rain. It sounded like the tent was being pelted by a barrage of mini marshmallows. Could it be? I hurriedly pulled on all my warmest clothes. The wind shaking the tent calmed a bit, but the soft pelting sound only intensified until I was trembling to tie my boots and shove my hands into gloves. I fumbled with the tent zipper, opened it, scrambled outside, and this was it. Snow. It was snowing in Florida. I'd seen it once as a kid in St. Pete. A brief flurry of tiny flakes that melted as soon as they touched down. But this was honest-to-God snow. Dime-sized flakes that feathered and swirled. They stuck where they hit every surface but my warm tent, becoming covered bit by bit, like a computer monitor turning white, one pixel at a time. The snow was intensely white in the light of my headlamp, mesmerizing. I laughed loud at the absurdity of it. The sound was strange, a sharp noise that suddenly highlighted how silent the woods had become. With all other sounds dampened, I danced and twirled, caught a snowflake on my tongue, did all the things that the people who grew up in snow got to do when they were children. Finally, I just turned my face upward and watched it come down, lit from below by my headlamp. Thousands of flakes coming to rest in a place where common sense said they should not be. I don't know how long I stayed outside, watching the snow slowly cover the dark forest. But when I crawled back into my sleeping bag, I was smiling. I dreamed of palm trees covered in snow and more snow blanketing thick over the ground. 7 or 8 raccoons climbed down from the crown of a palm. They began fussing at a squirrel up in another tree, and suddenly the tree was filled with squirrels, a whole battalion of them. And then they were all on the ground, fighting savagely. The coons were mowing through the squirrels, but the squirrels had the strength of numbers. Blood began to cover the snow in smears and spatters. Then a raccoon turned and noticed me. It screeched and ran at me. I pointed my AR-10 and pulled the trigger over and over. The gun only clicked. It was still dark when my alarm woke me, 5:30 a.m. The propane canister had lasted through the night. The tent was still toasty warm. It was uncomfortably dry, though. My nose and lips felt crusty and a bit raw. It was hard to find the motivation to get dressed and head out into the dark and cold. But stepping out made it all worth it. The snow had continued long after I had gone back to bed. The ground was covered in at least 6 inches. It festooned the branches of every tree, dusted every vine and shrub. In the shine from my headlamp, I even saw a cabbage palm covered in a powdering of snow. The weight bent the fronds low. Walking the familiar trail to the hunting spot felt alien and magical. The whole world was stark, matte white from a distance and sparkling up close. My breath made long plumes of steam through my camo neck gaiter. The only sounds were the muffled crunch of my footsteps and the creak of tree branches groaning under unfamiliar weight. It wasn't long before I was seated at my stool, hidden in the bushes, watching the sun rise on a frozen world. At first everything was a monochrome study in varying depths of blue. Then pink crept into the sky, followed by orange and trickles of gold highlights on the treetops and bushes. I had my eyes and ears tuned to maximum sensitivity for the approach of hogs, but I drank in the landscape. I wanted my soul to remember it. I'd likely never see something like this again. Then I heard snow crunching. Pat, 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 the old, familiar two-step of a large quadruped. If it was a pig, it was a big lone boar. A family group called a sounder would sound more erratic. There would be squealing and grunts. I raised my rifle slowly, thumb ready to flick the safety. A large buck stepped into the opposite side of the clearing, flicking its ears and tail. Last weekend, he would have been in season, and I'd have been proud to harvest the beefy 10-pointer. But I was a week too late for deer. I lowered the rifle, happy to watch the impressive buck for a while. It seemed Pop-Pop had been right. The deer seemed agitated, constantly flicking his ears. He held the white flag of his tailbolt upright and snorted disgustedly, blowing at the snow on the ground. He sniffed at the place where corn had been buried under a cold white blanket and pawed at it. Obviously annoyed, he put his muzzle deep in the snow and crunched the few kernels he had dug up. Snow caught on his antlers and fell on his face when he lifted his head. He shook his head angrily at the injustice. I chuckled silently at this. He was focused on finding corn buried in the cold. I was focused on watching him, just like the crow the night before. The abrupt, raucous clatter of the feeder took us both by surprise. The buck was pelted by corn, and he reared and bolted at the sound and the unexpected flying debris. But he didn't go far. Just out of range of the feeder's scatter, the buck was enraged. When the spreader stopped spinning, after 10 seconds, he snorted at it and charged. He took a flying leap and smashed his antlers against the spreader mechanism built into the bottom of the grain barrel. The feeder was built on a sturdy metal tripod, high enough to be out of reach of black bears, and supposedly strong enough to withstand a bear's pawing if it did manage to reach that high. But the deer jumped effortlessly, driving his antlers into the spreader hard enough to break it loose. Corn began spilling freely from the bottom of the barrel, piling up on the disturbed snow. When he turned back around, I saw that one antler had broken badly. The other had snapped clean off at the skull. Not ready to shed his antlers for the season, blood poured from the wound. But he wasn't done. He ran to the broken mechanism on the ground and flailed at it with his front hooves. Those sharp hooves and the power behind them could kill a man. He stomped the spreader until he was gasping and foam slung from his mouth. And then he turned his rage onto the steel legs of the feeder. He slammed the tripod with his remaining antler again and again, chips of bone flying with each strike. When the antler was broken down to a sharp nub, he smashed his forehead into the steel leg. The last remaining corn fell from the barrel. He butted the steel until the fur ripped on his forehead. Blood was what the buck might do if it noticed me, or was I considering putting the crazed animal down? In any event, it didn't matter. Focused on the insane clamor, I hadn't been watching the rest of the clearing. A dark blur of fur crashed into the buck's side, knocking it to the ground. A fan of blood sprayed from the deer's chest as it fell. A huge boar stood over the body, shaking his head violently. Tusks flashed, ivory scimitars coated with gore and tan fur. Without a thought, I fired into the middle of the boar's chest. He's huge, I thought. Got to be over 300 pounds. The shot had been half hunter's instinct, half fear of the giant, raging animal. Pigs are tough, resilient animals. I should have emptied the magazine into him, or withheld the shot and remained in hiding. But then again, I was used to animals dropping when they took a bullet to the chest. This boar, undoubtedly shot through, instead turned to face me. The hog screamed. It charged, mouth open. I stood to get a clearer shot. I had brought a semi-automatic rifle for this exact reason. I kept the rifle trained on the brown beast, my finger squeezing and releasing the trigger as fast as possible. I don't know how many times I fired. Many times. But the boar was impossibly fast, and I may not have landed a single shot. It didn't matter. The hog crashed through the snowy brush, my flimsy hiding spot, and hit my legs. There was a sound, like wood splintering, as my right leg shattered and collapsed backward, quickly forgotten, as a tusk tore from my left knee up into the meat of my thigh. Pigs are intelligent animals, terrifyingly cunning, as a matter of fact. In the extremely rare cases of hog attacks, they use their weight and low center of gravity like an Olympic wrestler would. They'll knock your legs from underneath you, and when you're on the ground, they use their tusks like a madman with a dull blade. They target your face, your neck, the soft vitality of your belly. If you're not so polite as to present these targets, they'll rip along your spine until you roll over. They cut you until they're bored of it. My legs useless, I thudded onto my ass, and then my back hit the ground. At least the snow is soft, I thought. I can die on the nice, soft snow. The raging hog stood panting at my feet. I still held the gun. Methodically, it looked in my eyes and stepped toward my face. It wasn't in a hurry anymore. My vision was going black, and the pain became a screaming thing that I could taste and hear and even smell. Praying there was still at least one live round still in my rifle, I placed the muzzle square against the hog's chest. The gun fired. Once, twice. With each blast, the barrel actually pushed into the beast's chest as it continued to lean toward my face. After the second shot, it fell. Its bulk landed on my chest and belly and then rolled off to my side. Here we lay, snuggled and bleeding together in the snow, two bosom buddies. I took a deep breath. The hog wasn't done. Its eyes locked on mine again, and it began to crawl toward my face. I could feel the steam of its mouth just below my chin. I struggled to free my rifle, but several inches of the barrel were buried in the mess of bone and blood and cartilage in its chest. I yanked, and the pig inched his face closer to mine. I could see deer hair and camouflage shreds mixed into the blood and froth on his lips. His chest heaved for breath, but it just sucked air raggedly through the gunshot wounds. I jerked the rifle free as his lips brushed sticky gore on the base of my neck. Had I used up all my luck, all my ammunition, with those last two shots? I placed the muzzle under his neck, pointed up through the skull. The gun fired one last time, the bolt now locked back and showing empty. An eyeball bulged fully out of the socket. Dead at last, the huge head slumped and oozed blood and brain into the snow. I could feel unconsciousness creeping in. I hurriedly fumbled for my phone and found myself thankful that I had bought gloves that would work with the touchscreen, but signal could be spotty out here in the woods. Would the snow make reception even worse? I pressed send, and there was a long pause. It eventually rang, many times. Of course, the snow would have emergency services running ragged today. Car accidents, fires due to space heaters and fireplace mishaps, hypothermia. Then a crackling voice came through. The accent was local, thick and twangy. 911. Do you need fire, police, or medical? I almost cried with relief. I struggled to find my voice, and then I paused. Among the bushes behind me, moving toward the clearing, I heard snow crunching. There was the muffled patter of many hooves. I heard fussing, squealing, grunting. I heard the uncareful noise of a sounder of pigs squabbling on their way to their favorite feeding ground. The man with too many eyes, visiting Athelhampton House, was the final thing on my holiday agenda that day, and, it being winter, it was already dark by the time I arrived. This suited me just fine, as the warm lamplight bathing the house gave a cozy air to what could otherwise have been an austere, cold-looking facade. I entered the building through an oak and marble hallway, and meandered from royal bedrooms to grand dining rooms, following the route laid out in the visitor's pamphlet. I stopped occasionally to snap a photograph or two on my little disposable camera, which were more commonplace at that time. Everything is digital nowadays, of course. No more running out of film or waiting to have your prints developed. I was able to get some good pictures, as the late hour meant that most visitors had already been and gone, and I didn't have to worry about someone blundering into my shot. I had been in the house for about an hour and was thinking to myself that my tour must soon be coming to an end, when, as I strolled down a long, empty picture gallery, a room off to the side caught my attention. It was very brightly lit, much more so than I had seen elsewhere, and in the doorway I saw a velvet rope. There had been many of these throughout the house, blocking entrances and elegantly indicating to visitors that some areas were off limits. This one, however, was only hooked up on one side, with the rope trailing aimlessly on the floor. I guessed that a member of staff had perhaps been obliged to pass through and had not yet returned, and I certainly did not really believe that this room was suddenly open to visitors. However, it also meant that I had a pleasing opportunity to have a look into a restricted room with a good excuse for being there, should I be discovered. I approached the doorway and stepped carefully inside. I'm not really sure what I expected to find. A space in use by the resident family, a horde of fascinating curiosities, perhaps. However, to my slight disappointment, the room was empty. There was a wooden door in front of me, slightly ajar, and on the wall to my left, another doorway was blocked by an iron grate bolted securely to the stone. I looked at it, puzzled. From markings on the stonework beside the doorway, it seemed as though a normal door had once hung here. Why it had been replaced with this ugly lump of metalwork, I couldn't begin to guess. On the other side of the grate was a short, narrow hallway, also brightly lit and bare. After a short distance, it dropped away down a staircase to who knows where. Servants' quarters, perhaps. A cellar? A dungeon? Did stately homes have dungeons? Probably not. I walked over and peered through the bars, standing on my tiptoes to see if I could see any distance down the stairs. And then I nearly jumped out of my skin when a voice behind me said, "Careful, love." I spun around and saw an elderly lady standing by the door that had been left open. She was dressed in the same blue shirt as other members of staff that I'd seen, and wore a small name tag that introduced her as Margaret. "Oh, I'm sorry," I said, blushing a little. "Am I not supposed to be in here? It's just that the rope." I gestured, a little pathetically, towards the doorway and my excuse. Margaret looked over at it, her blue eyes twinkling. She smiled at me. "No, no," she said. "My mistake. But yes, this room is off limits." I moved back towards the hallway, stammering another apology. The old woman waved it away. "It's quite all right, young lady. No harm done." I paused at the doorway, and seeing that Margaret seemed to be a friendly sort, decided to push my luck a little. "Do you mind if I ask what's behind the grate?" "Oh," she exclaimed, "that's just the staircase that leads down to the man with too many eyes." I stood still for some seconds, staring at her. Then I said, "The man with too many eyes?" "Yes," she said, in a cheerful voice. "He's all sorts of trouble, which is why we have to leave all the lights on. He can't stand the light, because of all the eyes." She was nodding her head enthusiastically as she spoke, her gray curls bobbing up and down. I scrabbled for the pamphlet in my bag. "I don't recall reading about that story," I mumbled. Is it a recent legend?" "I'm not sure," answered Margaret. "He's been here as long as I have, and likely a lot longer. Most people don't know about him, of course. I probably shouldn't have told you, and of those that do, no, they don't like to come near his rooms because of, well, all the trouble." I followed her gaze to the floor near the grate and saw a large scratch in the wood and a stain where something dark had been spilled. Margaret was staring at me, her blue eyes wide and earnest. "I come in every night to check that the lights are on. They're well maintained, of course, by people braver than me, but it never hurts to check." She pointed at the grate. "That's just a temporary measure until they replace the door." "What happened to the door?" I asked. "Shiopetu." I intended to say something comforting. Maybe that the power would surely be restored soon. Perhaps I could attempt to lead her out to the hallway, where I vaguely remembered there being seating. But I said nothing because, in the silence of my hesitation, I became aware of a noise. I listened intently and realized I was hearing the sound of running coming from the direction of the metal grate, of bare feet moving in long strides over stone, followed by the fast step of someone moving upstairs. As the footsteps grew nearer, I could hear that they were accompanied by another sound, like heavy breathing or grunting, something hungry and desperate. I cowered back against the wall, one hand pressed against my chest, my eyes locked on the darkness ahead of me, unseeing but expecting. And then there was a loud metallic crash, and I realized that the approaching entity had collided violently with the metal grate. Beside me, Margaret again whispered, "Oh dear." The footsteps had stopped, but the sound of awful breathing continued somewhere directly ahead of me and only held back by a metal grate that suddenly seemed horribly insufficient. As the seconds passed in the blackness, and I stood frozen in fear, the awful grunting grew louder, alternating between drawn-out grunts and rapid gasps of exertion. An idea formed in my mind, and I dropped my hand to my pocket. Drawing out my little camera, I raised it up in front of me, pointed it towards the noise, and pressed the shutter. The flash exploded into the room, momentarily bathing it in a bright cold light. I saw the man. I saw his wide mouth, and I saw his eyes. All those horrible eyes, and I saw impossibly long arms stretching through the grate some 15 feet in front of us, his fingers mere inches from my face. Saw them recoil back into the figure as he shielded himself from the filament's glare. I screamed and flung myself to the side. I heard his wailing cry of pain, and once again, the sound of running, this time away from us, heading back down the stairs. I sat frozen on the floor, my back planted against the wall, blind once more, but with the horrendous image of what I had just seen burned into my eyes. I heard Margaret nearby whispering something to herself over and over, her voice soft and trembling, but I didn't pay her much attention, as on the edges of my hearing came, once more, the footsteps. They were slower this time, more cautious, moving back this way. I reached out a flailing hand in the darkness and grabbed Margaret, feeling her flinch and hearing her cry out. And then, staggering to my feet, I began to move back towards where I remembered the hall doorway being. I reached out blindly in front of me, my breath heavy and fast. I tried to move as quickly as I could, horribly aware of the approaching footsteps and those desperate, hungry grunts. And then the lights came back on. A scream tore the air, louder than before, screeching its agony out into the world. My head snapped around back towards the grate, but, suddenly blinded by the brightness, I saw nothing, just the sound of wailing and receding footsteps into the dark belly of the house. Margaret and I walked hand in hand back to the entrance, neither of us saying anything. I deposited her into the caring hands of a colleague, whose scared expression suggested that she too knew what lurked beneath this fine building. Then I drove home. If you're wondering about the photo that I took, it came out surprisingly well. I had it developed, and sometimes I used to take it out and look at it, though never for long. His face is somewhat obscured by those other-worldly arms, but perhaps if you're braver than me, you can try to count his eyes. An experimental therapy session promised to change my life. It did, but not how I expected. The opportunity came to me on a rainy afternoon while I was watching a documentary about recovering addicts. I received a pamphlet in my mail that advertised a free week-long therapy session described as innovative and eye-opening, completing with a promise that someone will be returning home feeling a new joy in each aspect of life, as if reborn, whatever that meant. I've been struggling for a long time, and my own therapist had raised his prices far too much for my financial status. A large corner of the paper was dedicated to the head of this event, a middle-aged brunette woman named Dr. Madison, and centered at the bottom were a phone number and email. Looking her and the project up online proved it was, in fact, real, and that she was a rising figure in her occupation, praised for her unique approach to therapy methods. There were text boxes to fill with the usual personal information and why you are signing up with nothing to lose. An hour later, I had submitted my application for the project and got a response 2 days later confirming I had been approved and was told the time, date, and location, and was instructed to pack some clothes as the entire session would take place in a large room furnished like an apartment. But in reality, we were in a tall corporate building and would be supervised everywhere. But the bathrooms, if nothing else, this made me feel safer about having to live with total strangers for a week. I arrived by bus at the building, which was a 5-minute walk from the stop I got off at, where 4 others were already gathered in a circle, having a lively chat, all of them neatly dressed, and I instantly recognized Dr. Madison, dressed in a gray suit with hair reaching her shoulders, the other 3 I assumed being my soon-to-be roommates. A young, beautiful girl with short dark hair, dressed considerably more casual than the rest of them. An older woman with visible wrinkles across her face and gray hair tied in a bun, and a rather tall, well-built man whose face muscles seemed to have forgotten how to smile. When I approached them and introduced myself, Dr. Madison welcomed me and gave me a few moments to meet the other participants of the session. The young girl was named Maria, and she gave me a shy smile as I shook her hand. The old lady was much quieter and reserved, and only spoke that her name was Amanda, and the man named AJ already looked like he did not like me. I already made a mental note that all of us obviously had a reason to be here, except for Maria, whose cheery demeanor was not what I expected to see in anyone signing up for experimental therapy. Dr. Madison walked in front of us and ran over the superficial details of the project once more, asking each of us to confirm our participation just as a formality, which I thought was obvious, considering we'd already gone far enough as to show up. We entered an elevator that brought us up to the 4th floor, and she showed us to our apartment, which was actually a surprisingly wide room turned into a 4-room apartment with 2 bedrooms, a bathroom, and a living room, with the kitchen at the other end. It was surprisingly well furnished, and each of us thanked her for having us. After exchanging those pleasantries, she told us more about the session. Amanda and Maria, you will be sharing that bedroom, and Ajay and Carlos the other one. You have unlimited access to television, books, music, and whatever else you see in this room. You'll be given food 3 times a day, but do not hesitate to press this button by the door to call for us should you need anything else. Every 2 days, the 5 of us will be holding an evaluation, and by then, we expect you to have already gotten to know each other enough to share details about your personal lives, be they small or significant. We hope that you enjoy your stay, and I'm very excited to be seeing you soon. Half an hour later, each of us had unpacked and made themselves comfortable in their respective bedrooms. I have to admit that Ajay was not one to talk much, and when he did, I could almost feel how irritated he was that I was trying to get him into a conversation. But in the end, those were Dr. Madison's instructions, and that's why all of us were here. If he didn't want to make an effort, I wasn't going to force him, and was just going to turn to Maria or Amanda. Our first proper conversation was during lunch. The staff team brought various meals with and without meat, and careful to make sure that a variety of options was present for any potential allergies. It was impressive to say the least. I thought about how expensive all of this must have been for them and what they had to get from offering it for free. But it was experimental, I guess. Everyone opened with sharing what they do for work. Maria was a waitress in one of the bigger restaurants in the city, a job she started so she could pay her tuition at university, though she didn't mention what she was studying. Amanda, though, retired, ran a large charity I'd heard of, the aim of which was to help the disabled, and AJ was a police officer. A real shocker, that one. I was the last to speak, telling them I work as a nurse in the private hospital at the edge of town. While we were at the table, I made a few mental notes about each of the three, like how Maria would always smile and look away when I spoke to her, how AJ was listening more than talking, and how Amanda's hands trembled while trying to bring the spoonful of soup to her mouth. I was worried what they might have seen of me already, and how bad it might just get in the coming days. That evening, the four of us collectively decided to enjoy some snacks after dinner in front of the TV and watch a game show. After about an hour, Amanda had gone to bed, saying she was exhausted and needed rest, while AJ, matter-of-factly, stated that he was bored and secluded himself in our bedroom with a book he'd brought himself, leaving me and Maria alone on the couch. Though having met only a few hours ago, I was enamored by her beauty and character, and we must have spent at least an hour and a half getting to know each other before she fell asleep on my shoulder. Her presence calmed me and helped me forget the real reason I was here, if only for mere moments. Maria's family never had a lot of money, and she was mostly providing for herself now, leaving her parents to care for her twin little brothers 2 hours worth of a drive away from here. And that before getting the job she had now, she was working 2 other jobs at the same time. I was happy to hear that she was starting to do better for herself. Not wanting to wake her, I leaned my head back on the couch and was fast asleep soon enough. The second day was rather uneventful, but that's not to say it wasn't going well. I noticed everyone was in a better mood than yesterday, and they were actually talking to each other, sometimes even laughing. I even had the pleasure of being asked a few questions by AJ, who himself shared that his reason for being here was a scene he'd reported to a while back that left him thinking if he should hand the badge in and find work elsewhere. He didn't elaborate though, and I decided it was not my place to push him. As for Amanda, I saw her take out a handbag full of medicine, which had my heart drop for a second, before she explained that she had to take them at various times of the day for her cancer treatment. She was surprisingly open about it, but still out of respect I stopped asking questions after that. The meals that second day were much more enjoyable, and we seemed to start finding common ground together, despite the age variety. Maria being almost 45 years younger than Amanda, we all stayed up a little later that evening and played a board game accompanied by a glass of wine for each of us but Amanda, who was adamant we don't pour it away, lest we deem her the party killer. Again, after the game ended, only Maria and I remained in the living room, but I was too distracted by what I'd been trying to keep to myself since lunch earlier, and it was that my withdrawal symptoms were beginning to occur. I excused myself and quickly ran off to the bathroom and then straight to bed, leaving Maria confused and alone in the living room. The third day began with breakfast, and immediately after it, Our first evaluation from Dr. Madison. She was dressed elegantly, and accompanying her were two men who wouldn't speak and stood beside her on each side as she sat in front of us with a serious look, quite unlike her from what we had seen so far. Good morning. From what we've seen so far, you've gotten comfortable with each other. That's good. Some of you have began sharing more personal aspects of your lives, and others have been growing close. Have you not? She threw a glance towards me and Maria, who was sitting to my right, and then Maria gasped, while AJ threw Amanda a dirty look and shook his head. I was shocked too, of course, but I could understand it to an extent. But why was Madison being so upfront and hostile about this? So, you use the money people send you to help those in desperate need, to help yourself. They're people just as much as you are. I was taken aback by Maria's sudden blow towards Amanda, and she looked at her with an open jaw and hand to her chest, as if pleading innocence, but was interrupted by Madison. Now, Maria, people go to great lengths when they are desperate. And while what Amanda is doing is not right, from your point of view, I am sure she can explain it sensibly, like how you can explain manipulating your customers into leaving you more money, I assume? Her words seemed to pierce Maria's chest, and she was defeated. I thought, you'd keep our reasons to yourself, she shouted at her. Yes, none of this will ever leave my mouth to anyone not involved in our project, were my exact words. Confidentiality is a given between us and our patients, which all four of you are. Think about it as a version of exposure therapy. Like I said, facing your fears and regrets is one of the first steps to overcoming them, just like you with your opioid addiction. Carlos, my newborn fear had almost instantly come to be as Madison revealed in front of everyone in the room my biggest secret, and I was met with repulsed glances from Amanda, Maria, and AJ. I had nothing to say and lowered my head. Is that why you've been pacing around and shaking like a damn junkie, Carlos? You're sick, man. AJ joined in, verbalizing what I assumed to be the thoughts of everyone else. I didn't find the courage to defend myself, because the word he used was exactly how I'd feared I would be perceived. Aggression is not an effective way to deal with any type of trauma, Ajay. The last time you resorted to it, the man you were supposed to save died before the ambulance could arrive. Remember? Before Madison could even finish talking, Ajay shot up and sent the chair back, slamming his hands on the table on his way up. You don't know what you're talking about, you bitch. Get me the hell out of this place right now. I'm done. He started, making his way to the door, and was interrupted by one of the men, who placed a hand on his chest and pushed him back. I'm afraid I can't let you or anyone else leave, Ajay. You've agreed to staying the entire course of the session, and you have 4 days left to go. 5, if you include today. As Ajay tried to push the man away and leave the room himself, he was immediately apprehended by him and thrown into the table, pushing it away and falling on the floor, all three of us jumping back and gasping in response. You can't do this, woman. Let us out now, Amanda ordered in as demanding of a tone as her voice could bring itself to. But she was met with the same condescending retort from Dr. Madison, who stood up and brought the chair she was sitting on back under the table. During this time, my eyes trailed to the other man still by her side, who'd put a hand behind his back and was looking towards Ajay's direction. Like I said, you've agreed to participate until the end of our session. I simply cannot let you leave. Even more so when you take into consideration that the results from it will help us learn more about our psychological nature. So, this is just some damn experiment, isn't it? Not even a smudge of therapy to be found here. Is that it? We're just your little lab rats. I was livid and wanted out as much as the rest of them did, if not more. You may find this very therapeutic in the end, Carlos, if you reach the end. Had she just said if, before I could pressure her further on what she meant, the entire room, including Dr. Madison, was shocked when AJ grabbed the man who tackled him and threw him onto the ground when he knelt down to help him back up, punching him and pinning his neck to the floor with his elbow. He seemed to be applying pressure because instantly, after the guard began kicking wildly, trying to free himself of his hold. You don't get to decide shit, Madison. I instinctively pushed Amanda and Maria behind me, who were each yelling words I couldn't make out through the rush of adrenaline that had swept over me like a wave. Get us out of here unless... A loud shot rung out and forced everyone on their knees. OJ let out a pained yell and dropped on the floor, the guard he'd kept down taking several deep breaths before getting up and kicking the policeman in the ribs, causing another yelp and making him curl up into a ball even further. I looked towards Madison, and the other man, who was still keeping his pistol, aimed at the injured AJ. She cleared her throat and readjusted herself, pulling on her coat. Acts like these are only going to get you into legal trouble at the end of the session. Don't waste your breaths threatening with lawyers or whatever else you think of. Everything here is government approved. Her gaze turned to the three of us. Your friend will be checked by medical professionals before we bring him back to you. Assuming he doesn't cause any more trouble, AJ was forcefully lifted up by Madison's other guard and basically thrown outside the room, followed by the other two as she spoke once more before the door shut, leaving three terrified people of what might come next. I wish you a pleasant day. Listening to music made me do horrible things. Okay, so I must warn you that you probably shouldn't go looking for this artist on SoundCloud, but also not revealing their name could lead you into a trap. So hear me out, and don't listen to Hypnobaz. If you are someone like me, which is already unlikely, and listen to electronic music casually, you know SoundCloud, and moreover, probably enjoy listening to DJ sets. I do that because very often Spotify just doesn't offer good artists, and sometimes just the mixing between tracks, even if they are the same, can result in a different experience every time. So, I often listen to music podcasts or DJ sets like UKF because I love those bass drops. Yet I'm very often looking for different artists or sets to get new music experiences. That's when I stumbled upon Hypnobaz. They had some lengthy house and dubstep tracks. That's just my liking, so I decided to try it out. I work in HR and was doing a worker's last paycheck, which is a pain in the ass. So I decided it was the best way to make up for my brain by feeding it some of the bass it adores. The 2:30 track started with a song by Let's Be Friends, followed by Abstract. So I knew I was in for a great start. At around the 40-minute mark, a song I never heard started, and I checked to see that it was an original by the artist called Axam. It started pretty good too, And after the first section, the second one started with a long and heavy build up to a drop. In case you're not familiar with electronic music, a drop is the part of the song where there is a sudden change of rhythm, so deep, profound, and insane that I was expecting to have my brain melt when it finally happened. But as the first beat of the drop hit my ears, I blinked my eyes to find myself in silence and nowhere I've ever seen before. In panic, I looked around and found it was night, and I was inside a car that wasn't mine in front of a storage shed I've never seen before. I searched for my phone in my pockets but didn't find it. I had a feeling that I wasn't inside my own body, like my soul had moved places. But thankfully, as I looked in the rearview mirror, I was still me. I turned the key halfway on the car to see the dashboard telling me it was 10 to 15 p.m. 12 hours had passed since I had any recollection of what I was doing. As I moved my hand from the car key, I noticed I had dirt under my nails and scratches in my hands. I jumped out of the car and saw it had hit something on the side by the driver's door. Did I do it? I approached the side of the car and noticed some small red spots in the door handle and in my shirt, which also wasn't the shirt I was wearing when I was working. My white shoes were also covered in mud and cut grass. What the hell was I doing? I opened the door to the back seat of the car and sat there to try to piece it all together when a reflection hit my eyes. My phone. It was out of battery, but the back glass reflected the light of a nearby lamp post. Outside was barely lit, but there was no one nearby. The street was probably in one of those industrial areas where companies stock stuff. Most sheds were unmarked, but there was one down the road with the name of a supermarket, and another was a car repair shop. Anyway, there was a charger in the front seat of the car, attached to the cigarette lighter, so I hopped back to the front seat to plug it in and wait to see if I could find any answer. As I'd have to turn the car key to charge the phone, I might as well check if the car works, and it did, and it had some fuel as well. So I sat there with the air conditioning blowing on my face, pondering if I should try to go out of the car and look for someone as well. There was only another car parked about 200 meters of where I was in the entire street. Might as well check the phone first. A few minutes later, the screen lit up and I swiped to unlock the phone. It was even lagging with so many notifications. I checked some of them, but I wasn't going to answer anyone before I arrived home. Jackson, are you coming back to work? You left for lunch early, but I haven't seen you since. Is everything okay? My boss, which was actually very kind and probably worried. Why are you ghosting me? I see you online. Why don't you answer me? My absence sparked a different reaction on my girlfriend. Other than that, my mom complained about not checking with her today. Something she insists I do. And a strange text from an unknown number saying, "Thank you." This is the only conversation I opened, but there was only this message. I decided getting home was a priority. So I opened my GPS to find I was 2 cities away from my hometown. What the hell was I doing here? I instantly started driving towards home. But as I crossed that other car on the road, I could see someone staring at the steering wheel, but I dared not interact with them. The amount of nope for this day was already off the charts. When I arrived home 2 hours later, I was no close to understanding what happened during the previous 12 hours of my day. I simply ignored everything I received during the day on my phone. My only clue was the thank you message, but I tried messaging back and got no answer, and calling the number prompted me with a disconnected line message. I abandoned the car I was in about a mile away from home, in a dark corner, because if the red spots I was seeing were blood, and it was from someone who owned that car, no, I can't believe that even in that state, I would have killed anyone, right? I wouldn't. I sure wouldn't. But I wasn't in for the risk. At home, I apologized to everyone who messaged me, saying I felt bad, and went home and slept. What else could I say? I still couldn't wrap my mind around this extremely weird day. I dumped my clothes, and even my sneakers. Promised my girlfriend Allie I'd see her the next day after the gym, and she seemed to only half forgive me. But I think she maybe was worried I was cheating on her. She is very jealous. Next morning, I went to work by Uber, and as I arrived, I talked to my boss, trying to get help from her. Of all people. Listen, Natalie, I understand what I'm about to ask you is really weird, but can I take a look on yesterday's footage of the office's cameras? I asked. What the hell, Jack? Are you serious? She inquired. Yeah, I know this is super strange, but you know me for 5 years, and I trust you. I have no idea what happened yesterday after I left. I confessed, you, okay, if you say so. She amused me by checking the cameras. I left the building on foot, marching with purpose, but with dead eyes looking straight until I was off the camera. Jack, be honest, were you on drugs? It's okay if you were just trying, but this isn't you. I'll not hold it against you. Just tell me the truth. Her question was warranted. It sure seemed like I was a zombie. Swear to God I wasn't. I was working and then I don't remember anything else. I said, pondering that, instead of thinking I was a drug addict, now she would think I'm crazy. Natalie, please, can we keep this between us until I figure this out? Sure, but our company is a family, bullshit aside. You are one of my oldest employees, and I'd like to think we are friends. So, if anything comes up, talk to me. Thank you. I promise I will. 5 years knowing her, and still she was probably my oldest friend. I was dating Allie for only 4 months. My workday felt strange. Instead of music, I tuned to the local radio, because as far as evidenced by what I saw, I could have robbed a car and ran it over someone. I was already feeling guilty when the news reporter started talking about the car I ditched and was now found. The white Subaru was found still in flames. The owner, Mr. Edward, 67, claims he parked the car close to his house when he last saw it. The absence of local cameras makes it difficult to identify the criminal, but having found the car in flames rises the suspicion of foul play. No evidence could be collected from the now destroyed vehicle. The relief that Mr. Edward was still alive and there was nothing connecting the event to me almost helped me forget for a bit that someone set that car on fire and it wasn't me. I pushed myself to try to brush it off and resume my normal, boring life. Whatever caused me to do what I did wouldn't probably be traced to me, and I was not under any control. Hey, can I trust you to be a normal person and go home today? Natalie startled me. It was already 5 p.m. Sure, I giggled somewhat nervously. Please check in. You have my personal number. Sure, but I want to go to the gym first to clear my head. So when I'm off to see Allie, I'll text you, okay? So I went to the gym and tried to work out as usual. Have a normal day. I texted Allie during my training, so she knew it was all okay. And I chose Spotify this time. The hormones made me feel way better. Even the song suggestions were fine, and I allowed myself to feel okay for the night. I just needed a quick break from that confusion. I would think about it better next morning. Somehow, the booming bass was relaxing. I was curling awake and got curious about this nice song that was building up. As I raised my phone to check the song name, I started to scream, "Oh, but the UCK only came out several hours later in a room decorated like a hotel, with me standing bare feet on a pool of blood. I was listening to Hypnobass, Rivers of Blood, sometime in the past. House party. The house was ancient, its walls seeming to creak and moan even under the music blasting through the speakers. My friend Jenna had invited us, just a small group, to celebrate her cousin's new house. "It's totally haunted," she said, laughing as we pulled up. The house loomed like a shadow in the night, its Victorian spires reaching toward the full moon. I laughed too, but uneasily. Inside, the vibe was perfect for a party. Dim, colorful lights danced across the walls, and the smell of stale beer mixed with candles burning in every corner. There were about 20 of us, talking, drinking, playing games. It felt warm and alive, but there was something off. Every so often, I'd catch a movement out of the corner of my eye, like someone darting into another room. I told myself it was just the flicker of candles or someone playing tricks on me, but then others started noticing it too. Did someone just walk upstairs? My friend Liam asked, pointing toward the grand staircase. The music had just dipped, and everyone turned to look. The steps were empty, but I swore I'd seen a shadow shift at the top. "No one's up there," Jenna said, rolling her eyes. "The upstairs is still being renovated." That was when the lights flickered. We all laughed nervously, pretending it was nothing. But the air in the room felt thicker, heavier. "Power surge," someone suggested, though the music and speakers were still going strong. I decided to shake it off and grab another drink. The kitchen was darker than I remembered. The single light above the island buzzed faintly, and the shadows in the corners seemed deeper, like they might swallow the edges of the room. I grabbed a beer from the counter and turned to head back to the living room when I heard a whisper, "Help me." It was faint, like the echo of someone speaking in another room. I froze, my heart racing, but when I looked around, no one was there. Just as I turned to leave, a cabinet door swung open on its own, slamming against the wall so hard it made me jump. My beer slipped out of my hand, shattering on the floor. I screamed, and suddenly, Liam was there, grabbing my arm. "What happened?" "The cabinet," I stammered, pointing. "It just..." We both stopped as we heard a loud crash from upstairs. This time, everyone in the house heard it. "Okay, seriously, what the hell is going on?" Jenna said, marching to the foot of the stairs. "If this is some kind of prank..." The lights flickered again, and when they came back on, a figure was standing at the top of the stairs. It wasn't one of us. It was tall, unnaturally thin, and draped in something black that shifted like smoke, its head cocked to the side, as though it were studying us. And even from across the room, I could see its eyes, empty pits of darkness, that seemed to pull the light out of the room. Jenna screamed. Someone yelled, "Run!" Chaos erupted. People shoved past each other, trying to get to the front door. I grabbed Liam's arm, pulling him with me as the figure began to descend the stairs. It didn't move like a person. Its limbs jerked unnaturally, as though it were being controlled by invisible strings. We barely made it outside before the door slammed shut behind us. A few of us stood in the yard, gasping for breath, while others piled into their cars and sped off. Jenna's cousin came out of nowhere, asking what had happened, but none of us could explain it. When Jenna told him about the figure on the stairs, he went pale. The previous owners, he started, then stopped, swallowing hard. They said the house wasn't safe, but I thought they just meant the renovations. I didn't sleep that night. None of us did. Jenna tried to laugh it off the next day, saying it was probably just a trick of the lights or someone in a costume. But I knew better. I still see those eyes sometimes in the dark corners of my room, and I know it wasn't finished with us. Something is not right with Alice. Alice has never been the type who's passionate about hanging out in crowded places, has she? Layla sipped her iced coffee as she asked the question. Nope. Not in 5 years of friendship, I replied. I didn't drink coffee. My stomach had an issue with it, so I bit into my chocolate bar instead. What do you think changed, Elena? Her apartment? I laughed. I mean, if you're asking what's recently changed in her life, she just moved, not far from here. Maybe that's why she asked to meet up here. Still extremely unusual. I mean, it's Alice we're talking about. There are plenty of not so crowded places around here. Layla lifted her head, her expression shifting like she had just spotted something or someone she'd been waiting for. Speak of the devil. There she is. The devil? I laughed again. No, shithead. Alice, Layla had always been an unpleasant woman. I turned around to see Alice just a few steps behind me, walking with her long black hair swaying elegantly. It's unusual for you to ask to meet up in a crowded place like this, I said, as she sat down in the last chair at our table. Really? Oh, I guess I didn't think it through, Alice replied casually. Her answer made me uneasy. Something felt off about her that night, but I couldn't put my finger on it. I watched as Alice and Layla talked. It was Alice. She looked like Alice. She wore Alice's favorite outfit, but something about her didn't feel right. Layla didn't seem to notice, or maybe she didn't care. How about, Alice said to both of us, I invite you guys to my new apartment? It's close by. We all agreed, and soon the three of us were walking toward her new place. We passed through the apartment gate, and I trailed behind Layla and Alice, who were chatting as if they had the world to themselves. I paid close attention to Alice. The more I observed her, the more I felt like something was wrong. Alice, I called out her name. Yeah, L, she responded. What are the last 4 digits of my phone number? Alice laughed. How should I know? It's your number, L. I have it saved, but I don't remember it off the top of my head. Weird. The last 4 digits of my number were her birth date and month. A long-standing inside joke between us. She used to remember it effortlessly. Here we are, Alice said proudly. Alice showed us her living room. It was stylish and cozy, with a single bedroom. What does the bedroom look like? Layla asked, moving toward it. The electrical system is broken, Alice explained, opening the bedroom door and flipping the light switch. I'll get it fixed first thing tomorrow. The light didn't turn on, just as she said. When they returned to the living room, my eyes caught something on the ceiling. It was dark inside, but with the help of the light from outside, I could see that the bulb in her bedroom wasn't installed. So, it wasn't the electrical system. When I turned to close the door, I noticed something hanging at the bottom of the closet door. It looked like long, dark fabric. My gut told me to check it out. When Layla and Alice weren't paying attention, I slipped back into the bedroom. Kneeling down, I touched the fabric. It wasn't fabric. It was hair. Long black hair. A chill ran down my spine. Was it a wig? Or was it someone? Again, my gut urged me to open the closet door. Just a little. Just enough to see inside. The moment I realized what it was, I bolted upright, ran to Layla, grabbed her hand, and dragged her out of the room. Elle? Hey, what the hell? Where are you taking me? What about Alice? Layla muttered, confused. I didn't answer. Elle? Quiet. I'll tell you later. Once we were outside the apartment building, I explained. So, what was it? A wig? Layla asked, baffled. No, I replied, trembling. It was a person. A dead person. What? Who? Alice. What the fuck, Elle? That's absurd, Layla shouted hysterically. Alice was just with me in the living room. It was dark, but I was close enough to see it was Alice, dead, in the closet, which means there were two Alices. I don't know which one's real, but if the one in the closet is the real Alice, then we're in grave danger. Then who was the Alice who met us at the cafe? Layla's voice trembled. I don't know. What do we do now? We tell the building guard and ask for help. Reluctantly, Layla agreed. Drew, the building guard, accompanied us to Alice's apartment. We knocked. No answer. Drew unlocked the door with his spare key, and we stepped inside. We found Alice in the closet, dead. Layla and I screamed in horror. After discussing with Drew, we decided to call the police and wait outside the apartment. While we waited, I noticed someone leaving the apartment across from Alice's. A beautiful woman with long black hair. The moment I saw her, I felt uneasy. The same uneasiness I'd felt when Alice approached us at the cafe earlier that night. I brushed it off and returned to my conversation with Layla and Drew. But then, I felt someone watching me. I turned my head to see the woman who had come out of the apartment across from Alice's. She stood there, a few meters away from me, staring at me with a strange and eerie expression. And then, for a fleeting moment, her face shifted. It became Alice's face. Seconds later, it shifted back. My blood ran cold. I found something in my window that I wasn't supposed to see. Now I can't escape. It all started with the window. At first, I thought I was just being paranoid. But the more I think about it, the less sure I am. One day, I was in my parents' room, just hanging out, when I noticed the window and curtains were wide open. The sunlight was so bright, it practically hurt my eyes. And then it hit me. I was on the second floor, or first floor, if you're one of those who call the ground floor the first, and anyone walking by could see me. I wouldn't even notice. A chill ran down my spine. and I suddenly felt exposed, like someone was looking in. I shut the window quickly, latched the mosquito screen, and left the room. It was summer, so my parents were working most of the time, leaving me home alone. I figured a walk to the park could help clear my head. I sat on a swing, kicking my legs while reading the book I'd brought, The Gift of Fear. One I saw recommended on Reddit. It's all about spotting danger before it even happens by trusting your instincts, e.g., the tickling sensation on your belly, like when you are riding a swing. Likewise, I knew about those feelings, especially lately. What better time to start reading it? The park was busy, with lots of suspects people walking by, and the buzz of conversations filled the air. Suddenly, I heard a woman rushing over and saying, "Daisy, be careful." I turned around, expecting to see my mom, but nope, it was another mom, talking to another girl with the same name. Weird, right? As the sun started setting, casting long shadows, I figured it was time to head home. But when I stood up, I spotted something that made my heart drop. A woman, maybe in her 30s, sitting way at the far end of the park on a bench. Her hair was white, like unnaturally white, and her skin was just as pale, and she was perfectly still. I tried to brush it off. Not everything is a gut feeling, and honestly, this was probably nothing, just someone resting, like me. But as I walked past her, I couldn't help but look again, and there she was, still frozen in place, just staring at me. When I got home, usually so noisy, now eerie quiet, there it was, the window, wide open again. My stomach flipped. I was sure I had closed it earlier, and it reminded me of that creepy story. In my lifetime in this house, I've closed more doors than I've opened. Instant chills. I shut the window again, way more carefully this time, and went to take a shower, trying to convince myself my mind was playing tricks. But when I came out and went to grab a towel from my parents' closet, I noticed something weird. I could see a shiny object from the window. Was that the ladder from the first floor? I wrapped myself in the towel and crept closer to see, and sure enough, a teenage girl, maybe 15, was climbing down the ladder to the yard, where a group of girls were whispering. I barely heard one of them say, "Quickly, those neighbors." They'd always felt off. They were a little too quiet. Since we moved in, I'd never seen them outside. Their windows were always dim, like no light ever quite reached them. A couple of times, I overheard my parents talking about odd encounters with them, conversations that ended too fast, awkward silences, that kind of vibe. I never thought much of it before, but after that window thing, I started wondering, could they have been spying on us? Was it just some dumb prank? But why open the whole window? Why bother with the mosquito screen? Had they been inside? The more I thought about it, the more unsettled I felt. Something was definitely off. It was like something dark, quiet, and twisted had been creeping around for a while, just under our noses. And that gut feeling of mine? Yeah, it was spot on. I was being watched, but maybe not just from the outside. So I made a plan. The next night, at around the same time as the last one, I hid near the window. When I heard the metallic sound again, I waited right bellowed and waited till I felt an unwanted guest pressing against the window frame. And then I stood up. I came face to face with the same girl of the day before. The neighbor's daughter, probably. Her face left me breathless. I found myself mimicking her deer caught in headlights expression. She was like a negative image of me, exactly the same, with inverted colors. Her skin and hair were as dark as the night, a hypnotic contrast with her pale, almost translucent, blue eyes. The situation was so surreal that all I could blunt out was, "Hi? Hi, Daisy." She forced a smile that no longer carried the nervousness of someone caught red-handed. Now, it was a grin from someone who was going to really enjoy what happened next. That's when I knew I was in trouble. Suddenly, she grabbed my wrist and slammed it against the frame. The metal dug deeply, marking my fragile skin as I tried to pull away, but her grip was iron. Her unblinking pale eyes brimmed with a fury that felt far too vast for her young face. "So, you like throwing your trash in our bins, huh?" she hissed. Her question was so utterly absurd, it made me dizzy, as though the world itself had tilted. "I counted 6 bags," she continued. "So why don't we hang them here, on your window?" Before I could process it, she pulled out bags from behind her and began hanging them on the windowsill. The plastic sound cut through the beeping in my ears. 1 bag, 2, 3. The rancid stench was the worst I'd ever smelled in my life. It wasn't me. "Please look at me," I gasped. "I'm only a few years older than you. I never take out the trash. Blame my parents, but not me." It was true, but she wasn't listening. Her eyes were empty, as if she were lost in some kind of trance. With one final, almost mechanical movement, she finished hanging the last bag, its contents spilling slightly over the edge of the sill. She leaned back to admire her work, and for a second loosened her grip on my wrist. That second was enough. I pulled my arm away and staggered back, my mind a whirlwind of confusion and fear. I couldn't move fast enough. I ran. I screamed for my dad. Luckily, it was his day off. I blurted out everything. He didn't hesitate. He marched straight to their house. "Shit," I heard the girl mutter from the window, followed by quick footsteps. Her voice carried the same nervousness she had when I first surprised her. I hurried to look. Behind the glass, I saw her shouting to the same group of girls. "Someone stop him. It's almost midnight." I saw my dad was greeted by an old woman in a wheelchair who came out of the house. Her twisted frame and hunched shoulders made my skin crawl. Suddenly, I felt an overwhelming urge to stop my dad, so I ran downstairs, but to my horror, it was too late. She reached out to him, her frail hand trembling, and time seemed to freeze as they made contact. It all happened so slowly, yet so fast. I looked at her ancient, disfigured face, and somehow, in her twisted lines and shadowed contours, I found all the answers to my questions. I knew exactly what was going to happen. It was as clear as the window's glass. At that moment, I felt as if I were also falling into a hypnotic trance. The world around me blurred like she was the only existing thing in the universe. That woman possessed a dark, ancient power, so old that nobody could say how many centuries it had walked among us. Perhaps it was older than time itself, and this was a ritual steeped in vile and unspeakable darkness. By touching my dad under the full moon at midnight, the life bled from his body into hers, leaving behind a hollow, lifeless shell. My mind immediately conjured the vivid image of my father's heart stopping inside his chest and his body falling like a rock sinking in the river under the cold light of the moon. But to my surprise, he didn't drop dead on the spot. Instead, his body began to shake and twist. There is a crow silently watching me. I don't know how long it had been going on, but last week I noticed something unsettling. A crow watching me from the shadows of a tree. Its presence struck me like a knife. At first, I only spotted it because of its eyes. Piercing faintly in the dark, it was hidden so perfectly among the branches, cloaked in shadow, that even after noticing it, I doubted myself. Was it really a crow? Its feathers weren't just black. They were very dark. The darkest black I've ever seen on a living thing. It didn't move, didn't caw, didn't flinch, not even when I shouted, clapped, or waved my arms. It was deathly silent. Its eyes were locked onto mine, cold and unblinking. I stood there unnerved, trying to shake the feeling that those eyes weren't normal. They looked dead. I couldn't take it anymore. Retreating into the house, I closed the door behind me and forced myself to forget about it. But that night, the crow followed me into my dreams. I don't remember much about the dream itself, only that I was going about something boring, and yet, somewhere in the periphery, that same crow was watching me. I noticed it accidentally. When I finally locked eyes with it in the dream, I woke up gasping for breath, my heart pounding. I tried to brush it off as just a nightmare, but the feeling stayed with me. Yesterday, I saw it again. I was miles away from home, walking through a quiet part of town, when I looked up at the sound of a helicopter passing overhead. That's when I saw it. A crow perched on the brittle, lifeless branches of a dead tree. It was behind me, hidden, as if it had been trailing me unnoticed. Its eyes bored into me, the same unrelenting stare as before. My stomach churned, but I told myself it couldn't possibly be the same crow. It had to be a coincidence, didn't it? Crows are everywhere. I left quickly, trying to shake the uneasiness. For the rest of the day, I couldn't stop glancing over my shoulder. That night, I visited my father at the old family house on the outskirts of town. My mother passed away recently, so I'd been coming by to check on him. The house always felt hollow without her, but that night it was weirdly quiet. Around midnight, as I was drifting to sleep, I heard a faint, scratching sound at the window. It was subtle at first, like something brushing against the glass. My chest tightened as I crept toward the window, pulling the curtain aside. Nothing was there, just the faint glow of the moonlight filtering through the trees. But on the windowsill lay a single black feather. My hands trembled as I scanned the garden below and the treetops, but there was no movement, no sign of anything or anyone. Still, the uneasiness lingered, clawing at my mind like a dull blade. Stayed awake, staring at the ceiling, until exhaustion finally overtook me. Then, at 2 a.m., I woke to the sound of a voice. It was my mother's voice, soft and familiar at first, calling to me the way she used to when I was a child. But as I listened, something about it changed. It wasn't quite her voice anymore. It grew strained, distorted, taking on a mocking, almost playful edge. The words became garbled, impossible to understand, until all that remained was an unsettling cadence. And then came the death scream. It was a scream like no other, a wail of agony and despair that pierced the night and rooted me to the bed. The blood drained from my face as I realized it sounded just like her, exactly like her. My body froze, the air around me cold and still. I forced myself to move, stumbling to the window. My hands trembled as I peeled back the curtain. The garden below was silent, bathed in a pale, silvery light. But the moon was strange, tinged with a very light red, but it looked sinister. My eyes scanned the tree line, hoping that I don't find anything. That's when I saw it. High above the tallest tree in the garden sat the crow, perched on a brittle branch that swayed unnaturally in the still air. Its silhouette was darker than the void surrounding it, blending seamlessly with the night. And its eyes, they were still fixed on me. They glowed faintly, like burning coals, and seemed to hold a twisted kind of knowing. Its beak tilted upward slightly, almost as if it were smiling. I didn't plant this garden, and now I can't escape it. The house was a steal. That should have been the first red flag. A spacious Victorian with wraparound porches and enough charm to look like it came from a postcard. But the price was less than a studio apartment in the city. I signed the papers without a second thought. The garden was a surprise. I noticed it the day I moved in, tucked behind a crumbling picket fence in the backyard. Rows of vibrant flowers stretched out like soldiers on parade, colors so bright they looked painted. Deep crimson roses, sun-yellow marigolds, and violet irises that glowed like embers in the twilight. A narrow path, lined with stones, wound through it. "It's beautiful," my new neighbor, Mrs. Harper, said when she peeked over the fence. "Though I'd keep an eye on it if I were you." "What do you mean?" She hesitated, glancing at the flowers as if they could hear her. Her voice dropped to a whisper. "The last owner. Well, she always said the garden didn't like being neglected." She laughed, but it was strained, like she didn't quite believe her own joke. "You know how old women get. I regret not asking more questions, but I was tired, and I had a lot of work to do. I spent the first week settling in. The garden required no attention. It thrived on its own, even in the blazing heat. Every morning, I'd wake up to find new blooms, some I'd never seen before, flowers with petals like velvet, others with strange, waxy textures that shimmered in the sun. It was mesmerizing, but something about it felt wrong. It was hard to put my finger on the heart of the issue. Or, fuck, I shouldn't lie. I was stupid, wrote my unease off as allergies, and otherwise ignored it. One night, near the end of my first week living in the new house, while I was unpacking in the living room, I heard a strange sound, a faint rustling, like fabric brushing against the floor. I froze, listening. It came again, louder this time, and closer. I glanced out the window at the backyard. The flowers were moving, not swaying in the wind. There was no wind. They rippled, row by row, like a wave. My stomach dropped. I slammed the curtains shut and turned on every light in the house. Then I blared my favorite podcast so I didn't have to listen. Like I said, stupid. The next day, I decided to cut the garden back. I told myself it was just overgrown, that the movement had been my imagination. Armed with gloves and pruning shears, I stepped onto the path. The air smelled sweet, almost sickeningly so. As I snipped the first vine, I heard it, a faint whisper, so quiet I thought it was my own breath. Then the vine curled. I jumped back, dropping the shears. The vine coiled around itself, pulling away from my reach like a wounded animal. The whispering grew louder. My hands shook as I stumbled out of the garden, slamming the gate shut behind me. Was the sun brighter than it had been? The white walls of my house seemed to glow, and there were dark after impressions left in my vision. I called Mrs. Harper, demanding, "What do you know about the garden? Who is this? You know who this is. What do you know about the garden?" Silence answered me. I could hear the flow-fours moving in waves again. "Tell me, damn it. What's wrong with the flowers?" My voice cracked, my skin itched, and my eyes watered. Allergies. It was just allergies. "I'm sorry," Mrs. Harper said. "I told you they didn't like to be ignored. I have to go. Don't you dare hang up on me." Click. The line went dead. My eyes itched so much it burned. That night, I dreamed of roots crawling under my skin. After that, the whispers became a nightly occurrence. Sometimes they sounded like words I couldn't quite make out. Other times, they were low, guttural, like growls. When I woke, there was a layer of near-neon yellow pollen on all of the windows. I stopped sleeping, started keeping my bedroom door locked. I know you're asking, why didn't you leave? I just bought a house. Steal or not, I'm broke, so I stayed. And eventually, the vines came inside. It was subtle at first. A sprig of ivy on the windowsill, a thorned stem poking out of the floorboards. I yanked them out, only for more to appear before the day's end. They spread faster than I could fight them, bringing along that thick, almost coarse pollen. By the third night, they were everywhere, wrapping around furniture, snaking up the walls. I couldn't do anything about it. And the flowers started blooming inside. They weren't beautiful anymore. Their colors were unnatural, too vivid, and their petals oozed a thick, dark sap that smelled like rot. It was worst at night. Something about the starlight seemed to make them more active. I tried to leave, thinking if nothing else I could find a women's shelter to spend the night in. But the front door wouldn't budge. The vines had grown through the cracks, binding it shut. The windows were covered with thick stripes of pollen-coated green, while I raced from window to window, muttering, "Shit, fuck, God fucking damn it." Under my breath, through between body-shaking sneezes, I realized the garden wasn't just alive, wasn't just lonely either. It was hungry. I realized that when I saw the first flower open in front of me, its petals unfurled with a wet pop, revealing something sharp and glistening inside. Teeth. It lurched forward. Shrieking, I threw myself back, arms thrown up in front of my face. Other flowers began to unfurl, their petals so fuchsia bright that it made my head throb. The pollen clung to my skin in a thick, itchy film. Once delicate daffodils now bared their fangs at me. The roses had more to bite with than just their thorns, pure fear fueling me. I ran, barricading myself in the attic. What else could I do? If there were other outcomes, I wasn't finding them. Now I'm trapped. The whispers are louder, the walls groaning under the weight of the vines. They're closing in. wrapping tighter around the house. I can hear the vines slithering around on the floor beneath me. All I smell is a scent so sweet it's turned to rot. This morning, I found a rose blooming on my wrist. Its thorny stem burrowed under my skin like it belonged there. The petals are such a vibrant shade of magenta. It almost burns to look at. I don't think I'll make it out. If you find this, burn the garden. Burn the house. Don't let it grow anymore. Which door? It's 3 a.m. again. I'm lying in bed, staring at the ceiling fan as it spins in endless, lazy circles. The cold air brushes over my clammy skin, but it does nothing to soothe the goosebumps crawling up my arms. I'm drenched in sweat, cold, sticky, and suffocating. The past 3 nights have been the same. I've gone to bed at 9:30 each evening, trying to rest, but sleep refuses to come. It started earlier this week. The night I got the first call, I woke suddenly at 2 a.m., heart pounding. My phone buzzed loudly on the nightstand, its harsh glow filling the dark room. The caller ID read, "Unknown number." Without thinking, I picked it up. "Hello?" I croaked, my voice cracking in the stillness. The response was immediate. 8 years at this place, and nothing to show for it. The voice was familiar, like an echo bouncing back at me. Before I could react, the call ended. Silence swallowed the room. Confused, but too exhausted to think, I dropped the phone back onto the nightstand and fell into a fitful sleep. The next night, the phone rang again, this time at 2:30 a.m. I stared at the glowing screen, heart thudding as dread seeped into my chest. Against my better judgment, I answered. "How could you?" A voice screamed on the other end, over and over. I froze. It wasn't just any voice. It was mine. I bolted upright in bed, clutching the phone. "Hello? Who is this? What do you want?" I shouted into the receiver, my voice shaking. But the screaming continued. "How could you? How could you? How could you?" The call ended abruptly, leaving me sitting in the dark with the echoes of my own voice ringing in my ears. Desperate for answers, I scoured Reddit, searching for reports of scam calls or pranksters who could mimic someone's voice, but there was nothing. Instead, I fell down a rabbit hole, reading about the Night Stalker, Richard Ramirez, his crimes, his victims, things I hadn't thought about in years. When I finally drifted off to sleep, my dreams were dark and tangled, full of shadows that whispered my name. The next morning, I found a sticky note on my front door. It was from my neighbor across the hall. "Enough with the screaming. Some of us have work in the morning. Do it again, and I'm calling the cops." I stared at the note, my heart pounding. I hadn't screamed last night. Tonight, I went to bed early again, but my thoughts wouldn't let me rest. Memories clawed their way to the surface. Sitting in my cubicle at my dead-end job, my boss telling me my position was being terminated due to limited growth. Driving home in tears, screaming at the steering wheel. Pulling into my parking space to find an unfamiliar car parked there. Then, nothing. A black void where a memory should be. I woke to the sound of my phone buzzing. The clock read 3:33 a.m. My chest tightened as I picked up the phone, my hand trembling. This time, I didn't speak. I just listened. "Don't open the door. my voice said mockingly, followed by unhinged laughter that made my blood run cold. Then the line went dead. Before I could process it, soft, playful knock echoed from my closet door. My stomach turned, and the air grew thick with the putrid scent of rot. I sat up in bed, my body moving on autopilot. My feet touched the cold floor, and I began walking toward the closet, as if pulled by an invisible string. The closer I got, the stronger the smell became, metallic and rancid, like something long dead. My hand hovered over the doorknob, shaking violently. Suddenly, a thunderous banging erupted from the front door. Greenville police. Open the door. We know what you did. Which door? I whispered to myself, the question circling in my mind. Which door? The knocking from the closet grows louder, rattling the door in its frame. Then it stopped. My breath hitches as I hear the door creaks open from the next room, spilling darkness into the room. Something took my mom in the woods of Brazil. I'm still not sure it was the real monster. The south of Brazil is not a place you think of when you hear mention of my country. The winters are cold and sometimes even brutal, and light snow is not uncommon across the deep mountains and woods of the region. The people are comparatively cold and distant too, something to do with our German and Italian ancestors who moved here en masse in the late 1800s, my parents say. Even as a child, I understood this land wasn't really meant for us. The summers burned my skin, and the other seasons were humid and unbearable. The staccato winters were the only time I felt remotely comfortable, often visiting my family's farm cabin in the mountain ranges to stay warm by the fire as a sort of family bonding ritual. In spite of feeling alien to the land, though, I was surprised that my parents had never told me any of the folklore from Brazil. I chalked it up to us being staunchly evangelical, the particular Brazilian breed that outright rejects all folklorism as pagan or demonic. I still remember the day I first learned about the truth behind why, though. We had just come back from visiting the local church, a small concrete box of a place with fluorescent lighting and plastic chairs. The preacher was a sweaty and fidgety man wearing a too large navy suit and highlighter green shirt. I was used to being dragged to a new church every time we left our city, so I tuned in and out as the preacher denounced the names of native spirits like Jasi Jatere and Pombagiria, etc. The crowd wailed and swelled in response as the preacher placed his hands on the heads and backs of the crying churchgoers, occasionally blowing into their faces as they fell backwards. It was all very mundane to 5-year-old me at that point, and I dozed off sometime around the third hour of service. I woke up back in my aunt's cabin, curled up in a wooden chair. A storm had arrived, and the sleet threatened to steal my uncle's straw hat as he ran outside to pull the livestock into their respective shelters. My parents had left earlier to grab some supplies back in town. The roads were muddy and treacherous, though, and they had called to let my aunt and uncle know they wouldn't be getting back before nightfall. I drowsily looked around and realized my aunt had prepared a roast for the family, a terrifyingly live-looking hog with an apple in its mouth, like I had seen in the cartoons. Gaucho style, she had said, with a warm smile. Out of sheer boredom, and without my dad's playful ribbing to distract me, I sat with the adults around the massive cast-iron stove. My uncle, with his drenched plaid button-up and wet hair, placed more firewood into the mouth of the stove, causing embers to shoot out at my feet. The pattering of the rain on the tin metal roof above made the atmosphere cozy and meditative in spite of the noise it caused. With the sun gone behind the storm clouds, the conversation veered from local gossip to trite religious musings, the occasional nagging of my elderly grandmother towards my aunt, and then, once my grandmother retired to bed, the stories began. My uncle gleefully told tale of the mula sem cabeza, a headless horse that supposedly haunts the rural countryside, an unfortunate woman eternally cursed for daring to have relations with the local priests. Even at that time, I had wondered why it was the woman who was cursed, and not the priests for breaking their oaths. But I sat silently, eating my pork and feijoada, transfixed by the wild showmanship of my uncle's storytelling. The stories of wild encounters and obvious jokes spun into the night. My uncle eventually tiring and staring into the fire while sipping his mate tea. After a couple of minutes, and for the first time, my aunt chimes in with a story of her own. Do you know when your mom and I were children, we met the Sachi Perere? She looked down at me with a knowing grin. I stared at her, surprised by the abrupt change of tone. I, like every other Brazilian child, knew the story of Sachi. He was a trickster spirit, spun out of native mythology that had blended in with the oral traditions of slaves long ago. He wasn't outright evil, as far as children's media portrayed him, but my very Christian family thought otherwise. My mom never told me that, I mentioned, my tone suggesting I needed to hear more. It was a day just like this one. At the time we lived in a smaller shack, a lean-to made of tin, just like our roof. It must have been loud, I exclaim, noting the pitter-patter above. She smiles. It was so loud, your mother said it drove her crazy. She would often leave in the middle of a storm to go frog catching. I was her older sister, though, so I had to get her for dinner when Grandma called. She takes a sip of her tea, eyes glazing over as she stares towards the fire. Your mother was wildly irresponsible, a dirty child who often returned home covered in mud. I would tell her stories of monsters in the hopes of giving her more fear of the outdoors, if only to make my life easier. I exhale. The thought of my very strict mother catching frogs in the mud seeming impossibly distant to me. That day, the sleet was freezing over, so I worried your mother would get sick if I waited till dinner to find her, and I set out into the woods nearby to look for her usual spots. It was very unlike me to care that much, but if she got sick, Grandma would have hit us with the Vera. It's phrased as a joke, but her eyes are melancholy. So I sip my juice quietly in response. I put on my jacket and headed towards the woods, where I often found her. To my surprise, a disgruntled-looking man walked out of the woods, his face filled with a concern I couldn't place. It wasn't uncommon for folks to walk into the woods for firewood or to dispose of a sick or dying animal. I recognized this man from our church, but he looked surprised to see me. I waved a hello with one hand while pulling my hood over to protect from the rain, and he did the same, though he wore no raincoat and all but ran back towards the homes. Another sip of tea, and I catch my uncle giving my aunt a concerned sideways look. It took about 15 minutes to get to the pond where I usually find her, kneeling in the mud, catching a frog to speak to it and then letting it go. Today, though she wasn't there, a pause, I notice my aunt's nails are digging around her hand, white and red marks dotting her fingers. I did hear her laughter, though. I knew she had gone deeper into the woods with her stupid frog, so I went after her. Imagine my surprise when I find her in a clearing, talking to a boy a bit taller than she was, in the middle of the rain. Of course, I thought it was a young boy at first, and was immediately angry that she was sneaking out to do God knows what. It was the Satsi, I say, childlike fear and curiosity breaking any tension in her storytelling. She smiles wanly. The moment I stepped foot into the clearing, that boy grabbed her hand, and I swear to all that is holy that they didn't run, but hopped in one massive leap into the woods. I ran after her, terrified of losing her, not registering that I had completely lost my sense of direction. After 30 minutes, I was in the middle of the forest, alone, shivering from the rain, and with my boots full of mud. I had no idea where she had gone, or how I'd even get back if I found her. I was still a kid too then, only a few years older than you. What happened then? I asked, terrified for my aunt and mother. Until then, I had lived a comfortable, sheltered life, and couldn't imagine going traipsing in the woods like this. Night began to fall, and I began to cry. I stopped worrying about your mom then, and began to cry out for your grandma, in the hopes she or someone would hear me. When the sun finally fell behind the hills, I curled up by a tree and started praying like we had been taught. It was then that I was hit by the stench of what seemed like a cigar. I thought at first that my dad had come back looking for me, since it smelled similar to his cigars. But my hopes were quickly dashed when a figure appeared in front of me, silhouetted by the moon. Her nails are tapping her cup now, audibly, clinking. It wasn't Grandpa, no, and it wasn't the boy I had seen vaguely earlier, though it was the same size. You know, a lot of people say Sachi smokes a cigar, but I know the truth. The footsteps were invisible at first, just indents on the ground. When he walked over the leaves near me, they curled up into puffs of smoke, blending together to form his legs and waist and chest and head. This creature had a grin too, a massive smile, recognizable only by the moonlight shining through the hole indicating his face and mouth. Even stranger were his eyes, which looked like a nocturnal animal's large black pupils. He walked towards me with an unmistakable rhythm, a sort of side-to-side hop that made me have to turn my head to keep up with him. "Run, Auntie!" I yelled, nerves finally getting the best of me. My uncle laughs, a spiteful laugh though. I tried honey, but when I stood up, my legs failed me. A gust of hot air blew into my face, and my eyes burned. You know, like when the stove opens up and hurts your face. So I fell back onto the ground, and this smoke came over me. The last thing I remember is the smell of burnt weeds and leaves. I woke up a couple of hours later in my bed. Your mom shared a room with me, and she was there too. I would have thought it was a dream, but we were both still completely covered in mud. I looked down, glad that the scary part was over. I was hoping my parents would come back soon too. If you're wondering what happened, your mom said she was out there in the mud when a man walked up to her. She said he looked familiar, like someone from church. So when he asked if she wanted help looking for frogs deeper In the woods, she accepted. She told him she'd introduce him to her frog friend and brought him to that clearing. When he saw her friend, though, she says he turned white as a sheet and ran out of the woods, leaving her alone. She told me she got lost, and her last memory before waking up was her frog hopping back towards the house, guiding her home. I whistle in response, like my dad usually does when he doesn't know what to say. A chill went up my spine. I was too naive to understand the implications of a man speaking to my mother in the woods, alone. But even then, I knew there was something sinister about it. Did Grandma ever find out? I asked quietly. We got a big whooping for all the mud we brought into the house, and for coming home late. But we never told her. I was just happy to be back with your mother safely. She looks up as headlights flash past the rain-stricken windows. Looks like your mom and dad are here. She tussles my hair gently as I begin to doze off, and they unload bags of groceries in the rain. Later, my parents drive me home through the storm. Half asleep, I occasionally glance through the moonroof at the peaks and stars high above, my eyes heavy with drowsiness. Something within me urges me to keep the story a secret, shared only between myself, my aunt, and my mother. As my eyes finally close, a deep understanding settles within me. Despite my family's rejection of the land and its culture, something unknowable still watches over it. Dreams of smoke, embers, and warmth envelop me as I drift into sleep.